Wieso ich für einen, der nicht auf dem Velosattel sitze, sondern auf dem Balanceboard stehe, erfährst du in der Videoserie von der ÖKK.
Willst auch du im Balance bleiben? Dann mach mit bei der Verlosung und gewinn mit ein bisschen Glück ein Balanceboard.
Nicht alle haben einen persönlichen Velomech wie ich, aber meine Versicherung, die ÖKK, zahlt die Hälfte an deinen Veloservice.
Bist du bereit für über 700 Kilometer Single Trails? Na dann, yippie Schweinebacke.
Let me show you what it's all about. Check it out. Check it out. Just check it out. Let me show you what it's all about. Check it out.
In 10 Minuten geht's los mit dem Start.
Alessandra, nice to have you here. In Engelberg you won. Why will you win also here in Davos?
Well, for me, it's a good race to prepare for Olympics and World Champs, and I just take it as a good training. There's a lot of uphill. I had some hours in my legs this week, so yeah, I think I will go all in for the uphills and then just train as good as possible. And yeah, I mean, just because I'm consistent and yeah, if I'm racing, I try my best. That's basically why.
Thank you so much. And we have Serena here. You're one of the biggest opponents for today. Why will you win today?
We will see. I think it's hard to beat Alessandra, but maybe.
Thank you so much, and also good luck.
Alright. 5,5 Minuten mal bis zum Start. 5.5 minutes till the start. Startaufstellung. Catalina Vidaure aus Chile. Dann haben wir für das Team Jamie Bruneck Superior Factory Racing. Die haben wir die Marathon-Weltmeister, die ehemalige U23-Meisterin Ramona Forchini.
Onto the first row now, onto the front row, Catalina Vidara, we saw come out for Chile. Martin Vidara's sister, she had a great start to her year in Arasha. The top 25 for her there. Romana Forchini, the 2020 cross-country marathon world champion. Next to the line.
Serena Löge.
The woman we just heard from.
Yeah, exactly, we just heard from, and she's right now currently in second position in the standings. From the VIX team, a team owned by Lukas Flückiger, the brother of Matthias Flückiger. Canadian Jennifer Jackson, national champion, and also one of those riders that we see often, more often in ÖKK Bike Revolution, especially racing in Switzerland. A team made from Linda Indegan.
Yeah, that's right, from Kamloops. 24th at last year's World Championships, 28 years old now. That might be inviting to jump into after 8 laps around here this afternoon. Well, a big cheer for Linda Indegan then. Twice a cross-country eliminator world champion, and don't forget, bronze in Tokyo 3 years ago. Definitely one of the Swiss big hitters. And on the Live Factory team as well as Jennifer Jackson there. Maybe an opportunity for teammates to work together on a track like this, on a course like this, with that big climb.
Yes, absolutely. And the rest of the parts, they are open and wide roads, so it's going to be a good opportunity for them to fight for a win and make a team tactic.
Absolutely.
And here we have the current leader of the ÖKK Bike Revolution, Alexander Keller.
The series champion. The first 2 years we've had this series. The 2022 short track and cross-country Olympic World Cup winner of the overalls there as well. The winner of the ÖKK in Engelbert, second last week in Crans Montana. Tired or not, I think Alexandra Keller is the woman to beat.
It's one of the big names of our sport in the last 3 years.
And another big race for her in Leger next week at the World Cup there. Everything building up to Paris?
Yeah, most of the riders probably they escape Leger next week, but most of them they will do Leger, then a block in altitude, a training plan in altitude before the big goals in the Olympics. But looks like Alexander Keller don't want to leave something on the way.
No.
Also, ÖKK Bike Revolution is a goal for her.
Yeah.
Racing
Absolutely.
at home, you know.
Yeah, she loves it. Great to see her representing here in Switzerland. This ÖKK Bike Revolution series fully actually in the country of Switzerland. The home of cross-country racing. Pretty unarguable when you look at the results and the success this nation has. Gina Calori, watch out for her. She could go well this afternoon as well. But that is your start list for the women here.
There are
in
some
Davos.
big names. Caterina Vidaure, the sister of Martin Vidaure, but also already a good rider in the women category. Used to be under 23 last year. This year, the first year in elite category.
Annie Last. Yeah,
big
World
names.
Cup winner in Switzerland a few years ago in Lenzerheide.
And also the rider from New Zealand, Mary Gray, national champion. So it's good feel. And also some exotic riders, but also with good results. For example, the girl from Iran, Faranak Portoza, is also 10 times national champion in Iran. And she's already getting some good results, top 10 results in Switzerland in some races.
Well, let's keep an eye on her as well. They're about to get going then. ÖKK Bike Revolution, round 3. From Davos in Switzerland.
That's a moment of stress for most of them.
Perhaps not as stressful as the 8 laps that are about to come up there. There's Alessandra Keller, eyes on the lights.
As soon as they start, the stress goes away. The next 15 seconds, they do the start.
Long hold, and we are go then. Here in Davos, sprinting along the tarmac before they're going to turn up into this long, long climb.
Jackson in front. The leader, Alexander Keller, is staying on the wheel. They all know that it's going to be a long race. The weather is okay.
It could be okay, but we know that that thunderstorms are forecast. Severe thunderstorms have been mentioned actually in this region today. So there are a lot of leaden skies above. We'll keep an eye on that as well, but it won't affect the racing too much, we don't think. Pretty good surface around there. It looks like it's pretty hard pack and it'll take a fair bit of rain.
It's not going to affect too much, but for sure if they plan to have some showers in the afternoon, that means at this moment they have a little bit high humidity in around, and then also with the heat, it's going to be an important key for the race.
Yeah.
Because it's not easy to handle the humidity up also the altitude of Davos. And of course, an effort like a race. We can see some onboard camera. We could see the onboard camera from Sedina Löge. It's also at the ÖKK BIKE REVOLUTION, one of the innovations they started last year with the onboard cameras with the e-bikes and also drones. And they keep it. We can see that the first meters already. They are already hard for most of them, some small groups.
There's no hiding from the physicality of this track, is there? Look at this, just a tarmac uphill, nowhere to hide, literally.
Ramona Forchini.
Power of the watts, and it is Forchini out front. Look at this then.
Making the pace.
Keller.
Marathon world champion, and only Keller is reacting to this early attack from Ramona Forchini.
It's really early, huh?
And looks like Sedina Löge is having some troubles, or at least she stays on the wheel.
On bike with her, yeah, a little bit further back then.
Not too far.
Trying to come up the outside there, yeah. It looks like Luger then making a move as well. But that's right, Forchini, the 2020 Marathon World Champion. Doing well in this year's ÖKK Series, a 9th in Chur at the start of the year. A 6th at the start of the month in Engelberg at round 2, but well, you don't often see Alessandra Keller having time put into her.
Yeah.
Especially in the early stages of a race like this. So Forchini really turning the screw early on here.
This is kind of a course that suits pretty well to Forchini, probably, of her condition of a marathon rider. And yeah, she's pushing hard. Only Alexander Keller could react.
Yeah.
Most of the riders, they stay on the wheel, but you know, if those top riders, they stay in line, that means it's even if it's a large road to go up, a large gravel road, it's steep. We see the rider from GB Brunex is making a high speed.
But it is a long climb for Forchini. Just turning 30 a couple of weeks ago then, this Swiss woman. But looking dominant out front at the moment there. Early stage of this race, still the first lap of 8, remember. In the red there behind her, Alessandra Keller. Keeping that gap pretty honest at the moment. Not too big on this opening lap.
At the moment, the track is simple, easy, good rolling.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can see what kind of bike they are using. Most of them.
That's right, I wondered that as well. Going to get steep now into this little hairpin as they go into the single track now.
Forchini goes for a full suspension. Alexander Keller also for a full suspension, obviously.
So I don't think I've ever seen Alessandra Keller on anything but a full suspension bike, right? Probably. Most of them, everyone actually on full suspension by the looks of it. That was a hardtail just gone through there, yeah?
Yeah, Annie Last. Annie Last from Lapierre, Mavic.
Well, let's see where Annie can get up to today then.
And that's a climb. Look at the ground. It's
up
dry,
through the Velo corner.
It's dry, good grip.
Yeah.
This is the first times we get.
That's a brutally steep climb as well, isn't it? Look at it. Jennifer Jackson goes through. Esterman ahead of Luger there, Strana Luger.
Serena Luger is losing 16 seconds. Not much if we think about it's going to be a long race. 8 laps to this course.
But so strong, Luger, at the first 2 OKKs this year. That, you know, a second place in Engelbert behind Keller at the last round at the start of the month. Let's have a look at this start again, and you can see the Canadian in the middle there, Jennifer Jackson, out front. Didn't manage to stay there long. So here's Alessandra Keller, who was in second place the last time we saw her. She still is. Fokini in front of her. Technical up there on that high camber.
Alexander Keller is closing the gap to Fokini. Obviously, Alexander Keller has good skills. He's good in technical. We could see it in the last event in Engelberg when it was completely muddy and raining. But now with the dry course, it's a completely different technical skill you have to use. But as we know, Alexander Keller is good in technical. And she's not leaving alone, Ramona Fokini, always keeping one eye, keeping that distance, 20 meters to Ramona Fokini. And the one that is struggling is that girl.
Yeah.
It's Serena Luger that is suffering. Annie Last, one of the big names also in our sport.
Yeah, that's right. Broke both her wrists actually at the start of 2023, Annie Last.
Linda Indegan, teammate Jackson, Luger, Annie Last, all in one line.
Annie Last, the 2017 winner of the Lenzerheide World Cup. Actually went on that year as well to take silver at the World Championships. But still climbing. When we said this course was dominated by a big climb, we weren't lying. It's huge. Starts on the tarmac there in town, and they are still climbing now. Still not at the top.
No. Now it's up and down, up and down. They stop climbing.
Yeah.
Now it's kind of way back to the finish. It's 3.8 kilometers. It's not long. Now we can see the chicanes. We saw at the Recon.
That's right. Slow these riders down on this big, long, fast fire road back down. Little bus stop there just to slow things down again.
And the ground is dry. You can see the trails, they are dry. Good grip.
Yeah, it looks perfect, doesn't it? Tyre choice today almost going to be semi-slicks, isn't it?
A little bit windy. Back.
Let's hope none of the storms that maybe forecast do come in. There's third and fourth now. The Liv teammates of Linda Indegan and Jennifer Jackson coming into view.
Both teammates. We see how Jackson takes the lead now in front of Linda Indegan. They were working together to close the gap to the top girls.
Luger coming through as well. But Annie Last now on the back wheel of Serena Luger there, so...
Rebecca Sterman also
interesting.
A good contender for the race. The first race, Rebecca Sterman, she finished 5th in Kur and 7th in Engelberg. So she is also good in the standings. She has something to fight today also.
Yeah. Some hairpins on the way back down, a long, long descent back down. Shouldn't see any punches though, not particularly rocky out there today.
It don't look like it should be a place where
no, it should be all good.
Flat tire. Look at, it's a small rock garden, if we can say a rock garden there.
I think it's...
But for the rest, it's good rolling, not super technical. The speed is okay. It's not super speed that maybe you can crash. It's okay, the speed. Not too fast course. And still, we have 2 riders in front and 2 teammates also trying to catch, to close the gap.
And they need to close that gap, I would say, sooner rather than later. Correct, Jose?
It's going to be easy for both girls from Leaf team, because obviously those Ramona Fokini and Alexander Keller, they are from different teams, from GB Brunex and Thomas Maxson, but they can work together.
Yeah.
The 2 riders, Jackson and Linda Indegan from the same team, Leaf. And now they are just finished. They are close to finish the first lap. So now it's a flat section on the asphalt. So if they work a little bit together, they can close the gap easily. But as we know, this is a cross-country competition. You start from the beginning, full gas, you increase your speed in the middle, and then you finish full gas. So that means it's always full gas all the time. There is nothing left in the tank in a cross-country, and it's not easy to close a gap, especially in the top.
They're only 5 seconds
riders.
off then the chasing pairing of Jennifer Jackson and Linda Indegan. But before the race, we caught up with Annie last. Tony, you're going to be speaking to her very shortly.
So this is my first time racing the ÖKK in Davos, and I've done my course training, and yeah, I quite like it. Normally I wouldn't choose a kind of a one climb and a one descent track, I don't think, but no, it's really nice. It feels like it's got good flow to it. My kind of expectations or hopes for the race, I guess it's kind of mid-season now, but I've had quite like a slow start to the year. I broke my wrist at the start of the season, so I'm still kind of getting that race conditioning in. So for me, I would love to have just like another little step up and race my bike, I guess.
Well, this is often in mountain biking. It happens that you have to
yeah, that's right.
change your plans
at the start of this year in February. Yeah.
And Annie Last is one of the experienced riders, one of the big names in our sport. Is 33 years old, so she knows that the season is long, and even if she had a problem in the beginning of the year, as she say, she wants to increase and getting better race by race. And for most of the riders, now we are in the middle of the season, and the Olympic teams, they are decided. So for most of them is a release, and now we will see that most of the riders, they start to perform again.
Yeah, that's right, because it's done. You're either going or you're not. If you're going, that's your full focus, and if it's not, it's time to get on with your season, right?
And for some, it's a lot of stress. Start in January without knowing if you go to Olympics or not, or if they will choose you or not, depending of your national coach or your country. And for most of them, in the last 2 weeks, they got released the stress because they know who goes to Olympics, but now most of them, they focus in races. And yeah, for Annie Last will be also the situation.
Well, pretty fast lap times here, out onto lap 2 already.
And now
you can see it, Alessandra Keller there in the red ahead of Ramona Forchini there, right behind her on the wheel. Here come the Liv pairing, Linda Indegan, Jennifer Jackson there with the maple leaf on her chest, the Canadian.
Look like they start to increase step by step, 1 second, 2 seconds, but you know.
It looks like it now. It looks to me like perhaps Jackson struggling to go with the Indegan there. A little gap starting to turn up. Look at the pace on this climb of those front two, though. I mean, it's insane. That's fast up there.
That's super fast. And Alexandra Keller, as soon as she took the lead, you could see that the speed increased.
Yeah.
And Ramona Forchini, even if she impressed us in the beginning of the race, impressive start. Now Alexandra Keller, the leader of the ÖKK Bike Revolution after 2 events.
Well, some riders shy away from races, especially in a special year like this one. I love the way that Alessandra Keller takes every race as an opportunity to just to bury herself even further. To try, these races are her training. She said that. She knows how much this climb's going to hurt her today.
You know, Alexandra Keller is the kind of rider that she don't speculate with the races. She goes there, she wants to win, finish.
Right. Simple.
She don't care if it's a big trophy in the end or a small trophy in the end. For her, is the race. Race is fast.
That's right.
That's it.
And she has actually opened a gap now on Forchini. Look at that then.
Not super gap, but Forchini for sure is having problems now.
Yeah. I think Forchini really struggling to go with her. The pace, as you said, has changed since Keller took over. And now the Liv pairing there in 3rd and 4th, just going out the bottom of the picture. They're looking like they're coming under pressure a little bit now from Sorana Loiga, from Rebecca Esterman. Annie Last in that chasing group as well.
Keller is having a super good season till now. It's increasing the shape.
She's almost timing it perfect. She's going to be a strong contender in Paris.
For sure. For sure, she's going to time the shape in the right moment for Olympics. But for sure, till now, she's collecting results. She's increasing the shape. And, you could see that the level of Alexander at the moment is a little bit better than the opponents.
Yeah.
And you could see it here after starting the second lap.
Well, Jennifer Jackson's gone ahead of Linda Indergan. That's interesting, and put 8 seconds into her on that climb.
Switching.
Annie Lars finding herself 31 seconds back in 6th place. Oh, this climb is going to tear this field apart today.
Linda Indergan and Jennifer Jackson, they should race a little bit more smarter. They are both from the same team, and it makes no sense that each other they fight.
Yeah.
Because if we could see that they didn't properly work together, because they are squeezing each other, and they have power at the moment in the race because they are both from the same team. And as you know that there are some flat sections and also the gravel, the climb is wide. They should work a little bit more together, don't push each other. And actually the enemies, they are not them. They are not both, they are the others, the enemies. But we can see that Alexander Keller is making another speed, different speed that we had before.
And Forkini now going to be under pressure from Jennifer Jackson here. Look at this. We're at 1,500 metres or so of altitude in Davos today. Is that high enough to be a factor?
It's not super high.
It's around 4,500 feet.
It's not super high, but you start to feel it, for sure. Altitude is always altitude.
Yeah.
We start to consider altitude after 1,000 meters.
Do you?
Yeah, till 1,000 meters is not altitude, but after, for sure, 15,000,
1,500.
1,500, sorry. 15,000 is quite a lot, eh? 1,500.
Might need an oxygen tank at that level.
Then you close your lungs there.
I think you're going to be in trouble, yeah.
15,000, you have your lungs like an olive.
Yeah, that's
super
right.
small.
Yeah.
No, but they start to feel it. Most of them, they spend a lot of time in altitude now. In the old times, the riders, they used to go to altitude for 3 weeks, but now, like it seems like most of the riders, they live in altitude and they go down just for racing. So they should have a good feelings racing at this altitude, but you know they travel a lot, and it's you're still feeling. And also, you have to see it's super green around. And as you know, in the last years, we know more and more riders that they have problems with the allergies.
Yeah, that's right.
Because the flowers and all the allergies, they come in a different period of the year.
Getting worse.
Yeah.
So is that anything to do with global warming or what? I mean, it feels like it.
Probably because the allergies, they come in different period of the year. Normally, they used to come in May, April.
Yeah.
Now they come in summer.
Yeah, that's right. They last longer.
They last longer. They start early, the allergies.
And actually, for me, it's changing. I find my allergies just make me tired now.
Exactly.
Like exhausted.
And the riders, they feel it. But at the moment, we can see that Alexander Keller.
So Jackson has gone around Forkini and moved up. So this is really spectacular then. And actually, the whole field looking like it might be coming back together a little bit. But impressive stuff from Jennifer Jackson, who's got across that gap. What do you make of that? Has Keller let her get across that gap, or is it too early in the race for Keller to kind of capitalise on that gap? What do you think?
No, I think Keller is just, as she says, she's just training. Okay, at 180 pulls probably, but she's making a plan. She's leading the standings. At the moment, is the leader of the ÖKK Bike Revolution. And she sees the opportunity to increase the gap. But look, the reaction of Jennifer Jackson is not going to be easy for Keller at the moment.
No, strong ride from Jennifer Jackson. 24th at the World Championships.
And Jennifer show us that she's strong in the climb, not in the flat section, working together with Linda or in downhill. She closed the gap to Alexander Keller in the climb, so that means she's good in...
yeah, that's right.
She's in good condition. And look, she's already on the wheel of Alexander Keller, and now it's Forkini suffering in that downhill. She lost a couple of seconds.
It went
Small
away
gap
quick
for Forkini. And Linda Indergan in 4th position. She's already 15, 20 seconds gap. If we compare to the 3 girls in front right now. And they're starting the close to finish the second lap. Alexander Keller, Jennifer Jackson, and Ramona Forchini on the straight line, and we can see at the end of this straight line, Linda Indegarn from Team Leaf. They use this quiet moment to get some gels, to get some drinks.
Out onto lap 3 they go then, yeah. So the lap's coming down here. Just joined us, ÖKK Bike Revolution, round 3 from Davos in Switzerland. And amazing actually, you know, to see.
20 minutes for 2 laps. That means they go for 9.5 minutes per lap.
Yeah, fast laps.
Yeah. And look at the gaps. But they look that they are big gaps. 36 seconds to Gina Calvori in 8th position. But it's not the gap in time, it's the speed.
No.
It shows that it's a fast course, especially in this flat section and also the uphill. But also the technical bars, they are fast.
Nice to see you here. You're here to support your girlfriend, Annie Last. How happy are you with her performance so far?
Well, it's not about being happy. We've had a good week here. She's riding really well. She's around 20-25 seconds back after 2 laps. Paced herself quite nice. And she's the only athlete on a hardtail, so a little bit lighter bike. It's not normally what she would choose, but let's see if it pays off with her, because it's a super long climb and then a nice mountain bike section. But let's see if it pays off over the 8 laps.
Let me ask you, what abilities do you need for this track?
Oh, you need to pace really well. If you overpace, we're at altitude, you might pay the bill. Ramona went off really hard and now she's in P3. Alexandra's showing her experience, kind of holding back a little bit and now taking the lead. So good pacing, good climbing, and then having the confidence to back off a little bit on the descent to recover, I would say.
As a performance coach, you know how important recovery is. So how will a day look like after a race?
I think most mountain bikers like to get on the bike, just good for the head, and go and have some fun on the trails and kind of download the race. I think it's a lot better than just kind of doing nothing. So normally a nice fun bike ride with your friends is the way to go.
Thank you so much. Good luck. Thank you.
Well, great wheel from Phil there. Yeah, looking after Annie Last.
Phil, one of the familiar faces in mountain biking scene, is a performance coach for the Cannondale team and also a boyfriend or a partner of Annie Last. And as he said, it's important to have a good pace in altitude. Look at this, he's moving a lot, the results now, the positions. Now it's Alexander Keller again pushing hard in the climb. Look at this. Only Ramona Forchini that it seems to have problems at the end of the second lap, and now
what did we see?
She's the only one that can hold the pace of Alexander Keller.
It's incredible.
Again.
Did she then go too hard on the early lap and then she had to back off and now she's recovered and can go again? It's changed all the way, isn't it? Look at this. And Jennifer Jackson now dropping back. Here's Linda Indegan going through.
They started the climb together. Four riders, and look, Alexander Keller again smashing the climb, and only Ramona Forchini can hold the speed. And Jennifer Jackson, that it seems to be stronger and stronger after the first lap. And look at this, now she's paying the effort from the second lap, just starting the third lap. And Phil is right. Phil, as he commented, you have to pace your speed, you have to be really careful, control all the time.
But Forchini not letting that gap get any bigger on this climb. She is managing to hold the wheel, almost hold the wheel of Alexandra Keller. Impressive stuff. Bigger gap back to third again, and Keller is attacking here.
But as we can see in Forchini, every time she gets in the red zone, she loses only 1-2 seconds, 3 seconds. It's not like Jennifer Jackson that she goes fast, and then she loses 10 seconds. It's Forchini is.
They're all testing themselves against Alexandra Keller, but no one's managed to hold the effort for more than a lap so far, really. That's how it is.
But watch out with
Look at the gaps opening up now. You can see them there for yourselves at home.
And Serena Löger is catching from behind with Annie Last. Also, they are catching Linda Indegarn.
Who is looking like she might be hurting a little bit there. Recovering a bit as she came out of that steep turn,
Look at Serena Löger, Annie Last.
Loiga, Annie last on that hardtail, the only bike with no rear suspension. And look, there's Linda Indegand. Excuse me, that was Jennifer Jackson further up. And Indegand is looking like she is hurting now. Blown up a little bit on this climb, this lap.
She's struggling a lot.
Wow.
And especially in altitude, you know, the really skinny bodies, they use less oxygen because they have less muscles. So if you compare Serena Löge with Linda Indegand, they have different type of bodies, and one uses more oxygen than the other one, probably because it's more muscles. So if you go over the red zone in altitude, you really pay it, and even if you have you are more physically more bigger or more muscle than the others, you even pay more because you need the oxygen. And
we know just how good this woman is. Alessandra Keller is at altitude with those wins she's had in Andorra at the cross-country Olympic races up there at the dizzying heights of, what is it up in Andorra?
Alexandra is the kind of rider that she performs always good in altitude.
Yeah, she
likes
does.
altitude.
She does well.
Even if she's super explosive and always perform good in short in the short tracks. But she's good always in altitude, and especially making a tempo, a steady tempo, a steady speed. She's good in these things. And you can see how Ramona Forchini went down the downhill. Jennifer Jackson also, no problem for most of them. The course is getting destroyed, but as we can see, most of the track is wide and gravel, good rolling. It's physically this course.
Jennifer Jackson coming towards us in third place at the moment.
Now she has the opportunity to recover a little bit. And you know, each lap after the finish or after the start, there is the flat section and steep uphill where you need to push a lot. Then it's, let's say that is the recovery part, but not recovery, still climbing.
Yeah, still, look at her, and look at the pace of them on this long climb here. Jackson looking like she's recovering again. It's actually incredible to see riders kind of blowing up and then recovering and being able to attack again.
Yeah,
are you surprised?
Let's say that Jennifer Jackson, when the climb goes more than 2 minutes climbing all the time, she gets in crisis. And then she recovers a little bit, and then she can keep back. She gets back the gap.
On board again now with Serena Loiga.
But if the climb is longer than 2 minutes, looks like Jennifer Jackson is struggling.
Yeah. Interesting as well to see Indegand now dropping back behind Annie Lahr. She's down to 6th place now.
Forchini is keeping more or less the gap with Alexander Keller.
Yeah.
Alexander Keller is racing comfortable. You see, she's good and experienced, even if she's young, but she's experienced in this kind of races. You know, she's smart racing.
Yeah.
Just fix one speed. That's my speed, that's my tempo. And she goes for long like this. Ramona Forchini also, because she's a marathon rider or world champion marathon, also cross country, but she has experience from the marathon. She knows how to fix the tempo. And look at this, Jennifer Jackson is getting back to Ramona Forchini.
She's almost there, look at that.
Again.
Impressive. From the Canadian, and the top Canadian at the moment. Actually won the national championships last year, 6 minutes ahead of Hayley Smith, so a massive ride for her.
Nice to see Canadians back to the top results in international races.
That's right.
Like ÖKK Bike Revolution again, it's a horse category race.
Yeah. 28 years old, Jennifer Jackson. Picking her way down through that little rock garden there.
Some action, ooh yeah. That was close, huh?
Forchini whistling through the chicane on the way back down.
Chicane, and after the chicane, a straight dropper seat post up, because they have a small climb there.
So there's your top three all together on screen at the moment. Keller, from Jennifer Jackson, from Ramona Forchini. Actually, Ramona Forchini there in 2nd place at the moment. It's Jenny Jackson there in 3rd in the white.
They can see
But they
each-
have all come back together a little bit more. The gap from first to second from this woman, Alessandra Keller.
Ooh, Alexandra Keller is just recovering.
I think she's very content to do all her work on the uphill and relax as she wants on the way back down.
The good thing from Alexandra Keller is that after 3 laps, she knows that she's the strongest in the climb, Alexandra Keller.
Yeah, she
Look,
knows it.
Look, now she's managing the speed. Jennifer Jackson now is all the time on the red or on the line.
Yeah.
But Alexandra Keller now is recovering. Serena Luger, Annie Last, and Linda Indegan look like she recovered a little bit.
Yeah, Indegan looking a little bit more, yeah, like
better.
Bit more spring in her step. Yeah, as they come out across the line now, out onto lap 5 they go. Lap 4, excuse me.
Just smiling, Alexandra Keller.
So she's enjoying herself, Alessandra Keller.
Yeah.
Doesn't look too stressed just yet.
It's easy to enjoy yourself when you see after 3 laps that you are the strongest and you can do whatever you want.
And across the line then goes that chasing group. Serena Luger, Annie Last and Linda Indegan. We're going to hear from Linda. We caught up with her before the race.
I think today it's going to be a different race than it was in Engelberg because the weather is nicer and there will not be so much mud. And for sure, the Serena and Alessandra will be really fast again today. But I think also Jen, my teammate from Live Factory Racing, is also a really strong rider. And then we have Rebecca Estermann and Ramona Forchini, who can also be really fast. Since we are 2 Live riders today, we try to work together, but that's not always so easy in a mountain bike race. But for sure, when we are close together, we try to help each other. I think the track is really not made for myself. There is a lot of gravel road climbing and not so many technical sections, but I hope to go fast anyway, and you need to perform at your best level to be in the front. It doesn't matter like what track it is, so for sure we will have some interesting races.
Well, definitely right about the interesting race. Back and forth this one's going. Here's the chasing group, led by Serena Luger. Annie Last right there on the wheel with her. There's Linda Indegan in the purple shorts. We just heard from her. And, you know, Linda, we do know, is so exceptionally gifted riding technical stuff. There's no hiding from the physicality of this track. And there's very few spots to gain an advantage by, you know, being a brilliant technical rider, correct?
It's absolutely not the kind of course that Linda will like. But, you know, mountain bike is like this. Mountain bike is a course for all kind of riders, let's say. Probably not in the walk-ups, because most of the walk-ups now, they look, most of them similar. But in the ÖKK Bike Revolution, we can see different design of courses. And let's say that this kind of course is like with the all style, you know, like a flat section, a long climb, more than 2 minutes climbing, and then technical and downhill. And for the new generations, obviously, it's not the kind of courses they like.
Yeah.
But they have to race. This is a race, and you have to push.
Exactly what Linda said, yeah.
Linda say it's not the best course for her, but, you know, a race is a race, and especially horse category like ÖKK Bike Revolution, they have to go for it. And as we mentioned before, every time the course goes up or the climb goes up more than 2 minutes, Jennifer Jackson is struggling. Because those riders, they are adapted to the new kind of cross-country courses that they have. The longest climb maybe is 40 seconds.
And Jackson looking like she's losing time in segment 1 on the climb, but pulling it back further into the lap, as we saw actually. It's this brutal, exposed, long climb. Look at the gaps there. First, second and third all on screen together. For Keeney now being dropped by Keller. Oh, is Keller using this race purely as a training race? Because it looks to me like she's so chilled on the way back down and then doing all, just hammering these climbs, like enjoying, relishing the pain.
Yeah, for sure he's using as a training, but not only for increase the shape. Sometimes you use training races just to keep your mentality, to keep your focus in the races, you know, because sometimes when you make a gap.
Okay, well, Antonia is down with Ramona Forchini's mechanic. We're going to hear from them shortly.
Joanna, you're working together with Ramona. Nice to have you here. She's still second place. She's doing quite well, right?
Yeah, exactly. She's doing very well. She looks pretty strong, and we're looking forward to what she can do until the end of the race.
As a mechanic, what is important for this track?
Well, we checked a couple of times about the weather because I was very unsure if it comes for rain or whatever. But of course, because of the long uphill and the long descent without any very much like woods or rocks, we decided on some tires which are rolling very easily but have some grip on the side.
So how did you prepare the bike? Yesterday or today?
Yesterday evening, yeah.
And how?
Well, I had to work during the day and I arrived in the evening. So after dinner, we just washed it and take everything away and make it clean again and checked on the brakes and the gears and that stuff.
Do you talk with the riders, how you start the day and how you prepare and everything?
Yeah, we talked a lot about yesterday during dinner. And yeah, we checked on the timetables and on the preparation for the bike and which bottle on which lap or these things.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, cool information we get. Now we know how the riders, they work together with the mechanics, previews the races.
Yeah.
And even this course is not super complicated course to choose the tires, to make a setup, different setup and the suspensions. But still always you have to work together with your mechanic. The mechanic knows all the accessories, all the tires, all type of tires you have and all the possibilities, and also the rider tries all the material and decides.
Keller's pace on this climb, phenomenal. Interesting to me, Forchini can stay with her though, almost there with her.
All the time, huh?
Yeah.
As we mentioned before, probably Alexander Keller is not racing 120%, it's 100 only, or even 90. But Ramona Forchini loses only 2, 3, 4 seconds maximum each climb. Different than Jennifer Jackson that is going up and down, up and down.
Yeah.
The peaks are different from for Jennifer. Now we see Sedina Löger catching back, and also Annie Last, always constantly steady pace, and they catch back.
On board with Serena Luger there then, just behind Annie Last, around 4th and 5th place at the moment.
It's also a good move for Sedina Löger. She's racing smart. Probably she knows that the race is not for her today, but she's there fighting also for the overall points.
Yeah, that's right.
Some points in the overall. Especially then it's a big gap in summer till we get to the next 2 rounds. That is going to be in September. So Serena Löger has something to fight today, because she knows that it's going to be a big gap in summer for recovery and fight for the last 2 races in Gruyere and Woodville, ÖKK Bike Revolution.
We go to Gruyere, 6th to the 8th of September, and then Hood on the 14th and 15th of September at the end of the year as well. Another hoist category race.
So Serena is fighting also for the points for the overall. It's important for them.
Yeah.
And especially if you have a leader like Alexander Köhler and you finish second, or even you can fight for the win the overall, it's important. It's a big result.
And Hutwell is Matthias Fluckiger's home race. If you remember last year when we went there, do you remember the jump that he built?
Yeah.
It was the most ridiculous thing I'd ever seen put on a cross-country
He was
track.
the only one doing it.
He had to do it. He built it. Everyone else rode round it. It was amazing. Back on board then with Serena Löger.
It was part of the deal.
Yeah.
You build the jump, but you jump it. It's
you build it, you ride it.
Yeah.
And Löger fighting away through this single track.
Cool images.
Coming around a finish lap number 4 now though. Alessandra Keller Forchini still there with her. Impressive.
Always the same gap. No, that's a problem for Alexander Keller also. And for Forchini, it's a motivation. But for Alexander Keller, even if you go slowly, you see that you are not making a big gap to Ramona. And you think, oh, if I make a mistake, you know, in the next lap, the gap can be 5 seconds. Maybe it's also Ramona Forchini in front. Obviously, it's a course that it's not difficult course. But, you know, lap by lap, Ramona Forchini is getting motivated, and we are half race, more than half race. So, and Ramona Forchini is still here, like you say.
That's right. 4 laps to go then when they cross the line. They're coming around now. It's the chasing pack. Jennifer Jackson there in the white ahead. Serena Loiga in the light green top. Annie Last, the last woman of those 3. But here's 1 and 2 going on out now, on to lap number 5. And again, back together.
And again,
the 2 Swiss women.
It's the same. It's like a hamster.
Hamster
wheel, all the time the same.
And you can see how hot it is. Annie Last taking on some fluids inside and outside as well. Trying to cool herself down.
It's Annie Last suffering a little bit. She has the chance to catch back. She gets back to the group with Löger and Jennifer Jackson. Looks like Jennifer Jackson, she realized that the top girls in front is too much for her. So
28 seconds now, the gap from those leading 2 to 3rd. That's a gap. I don't think we're going to see that come back down now.
Normally not.
I don't think we're going to see, you know, the winner's going to come from Keller or Forchini, I would imagine.
Now Forchini and Keller, they are controlling the pace. They know in the climbs they are the strongest, so they try to recover in this long section, flat section, and then in the climbs they can push a little bit both, and they know that if they push a little bit, they increase the gap. So now they play with this card. It's cool to see on board. How
you can hear the heart rate as well. The leader's back. And on this climb though, Keller up out of the saddle.
And Keller again, hammer in the climb.
Forchini sat down. Indegan now, I know, dropping back, riding around on her own in 6th. So as Indegan said, the bronze medalist from Tokyo, not her course really today.
But look at the analyze of the climb. Alexander Keller is pushing, Ramona Forchini losing the wheel. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. And then we see the long up on the top, on the corner.
But Keller really pushing on these climbs,
pushing again. Intervals.
Well, if you just joined us, I'm Rob Warner alongside the 2010 World Cross Country Mountain Bike Champion, Jose Hermida. It's the ÖKK Bike Revolution Round 3 from Davos in Switzerland. And they're out on lap 5 now. At the end of lap number 4 is Alexandra Keller leading. Forchini there right with her. Luga, the young Swiss rider, 28 seconds back, leading that chasing pack. And this is Annie Last in around 5th position at the moment. Sun's coming out now. That's going to be super hot there then, as soon as that sun comes out.
For sure it's super hot, and humidity. They plan to have some rain in the afternoon, so that means the weather is changing. We could even see a little bit windy sections.
And look at it, look at Keller. Keller is doing all the damage on the climb. That's where Keller is, that she's using this race for fitness, I'm sure of it. Punching that climb every lap like she is. And taking so much time, taking 21 seconds out of Annie Last on that last lap on this climb. That's insane.
It's every lap the same. Alexander Keller takes the lead. Ramona Forchini tries to hold the wheel, and she's losing second by second. Luckily, the climb, it's not super long. And Ramona Forchini is saving. He's saving the position every lap. But now we pass half race, and for sure the gaps they will increase.
Oh, Jennifer Jackson really in there in the white, really fighting to stay with Serena Loiga there in the light green. But we do see this. Jackson may well get back on her wheel. Not far behind either. Annie Last there in the orange. Oh, what's it like on these climbs when you can see the riders ahead of you, but you just can't shut the gap down? Frustrating?
It's frustrating, but you know, the guy in front or the rider in front is also thinking, why am not dropping?
Yeah, that's true.
So everybody's hunting each other, and as often, you always think the garden of your neighbor is always greener than yours.
Yeah.
And you always think, why I'm suffering and the other one is not suffering. So right now, everybody is suffering at the same level.
Yeah.
The point is that if you compare the suffering, one is having a little bit more speed than the other one.
Yeah.
So that's why you have a 1 second gap or 2 second gaps. And we can see Alexander Keller turning on the right now. And for Kini, always keeping the same gap. And we see Löger. That she's getting closer to Forkini now. Löger on your right.
She's coming through a little bit, Löger now, yeah. Dropping that chasing pack of 3.
And Jackson is the one that is struggling a lot. She showed us in the first lap that she's strong, and she tried to keep the wheel with Alexander Keller, but now is struggling a lot. Probably because we are also getting close to 1 hour race. You know.
Through a back marker there, ignore that woman in second place. That's a back marker that's been overtaken. This is second place here. Romana Forkini coming through, 13 seconds now.
In physiology and in terms of performance, all the riders, they get a crisis after 50 minutes, 1 hour. And probably Jackson is having a bad moment right now. She just needs to stay here and go over and
try and stay with Annie last now.
Yeah, 2-3 minutes crisis, and then she's gonna get back. But and it's a good place.
How do you recover in a race, Jose? I mean, you know, when everything's going against you, can you actually, and you feel like you're losing time, is it possible to somehow turn that around, or generally is it over?
Yeah, actually, you are not recovering in a race. It's your body that gets used to the effort and to the lactate.
Is that right?
Because you don't have time to recover, because you always ask for more and more to your body. But there is one moment after 1 hour that your body understands that you are not going to stop, and he says, okay, then...
Is it sort of like that?
It's like this.
Is that right?
Obviously, there are some riders that they perform always better after a half race than
you see that, right? Yeah.
You see it for whatever reason. But the body always understands that, okay, if you are not going to stop, if you are going to continue like this, okay, I need to search some energy somehow, and I give you some energy. And Jennifer Jackson for sure is going to go over that bad moment, and it's going to catch back, and probably she can catch Löger again. Ramona Forkini keeping the gap with Alexander Keller. But now Alexander Keller is comfortable. You could see the body language, as Barb Regents will say, body language. Alexander Keller is racing comfortable. He's leading the ÖKK Bike Revolution series.
Yeah.
Also, he's
unbeaten in this
UCI world ranking #1 at the moment. So, and Serena Löger currently in 3rd position. Also in the overall standings of the ÖKK Bike Revolution, she is in 2nd position behind Alexander Keller. And now we see how Jennifer Jackson trying to don't lose too much gap.
No, but she's pulled away again from Annie last, so it's the to-ing and throwing on this climb. But as you said, it's such a long climb, interspersed with some little downhill bits, but generally they go up and up. Yeah, and of course it is.
This part of the course is good for Jennifer Jackson.
Yeah.
You could see all the laps that she's not losing time, she's even catching time to the front. And 34 seconds to Jennifer Jackson. Serena Löger, 29 seconds gap. Ramona Forkini, 6 seconds, and leader in the race, Alexander Keller.
And there they are, 1 and 2. Keller just disappearing into the trees, the leader. Forkini right there with her. It's impressive, this from Forkini, the fact that she doesn't let Keller get too far ahead. And an impressive ride as well from Forkini, because, as you said, you know, Keller, where is she ranked #2 in the world? She's leading the World Cup overall at the moment. Definitely on form, a 2nd place last week in Crans-Montana. And it looks to me, building up to Paris absolutely perfectly.
Yeah, but Ramona Forkini was good in the previous races. In Cour, she finished in 9th position, and also in Engelberg, she was quite in front.
6th place in Engelberg,
And overall standings in the World Cup is in 42 position. That it doesn't show the level of Ramona Forkini.
Not going.
If we see this race.
Not going to those first Brazilian races as well, putting her a bit further down the order, But Yeah, definitely showing us what she can do here today in Davos.
That's going to be a great result for the GB Brunix team.
Yeah, absolutely.
Long existing.
There's Jennifer Jackson, Live Factory Racing, fighting her way down through the single track, through the pines there. Coming out into a more bike parky section of the track now.
That's a cool view from the drone.
Yeah. But Jackson's still not letting Loiga out of her sight, not letting Loiga relax at all.
Alexander Keller, relax, going down again, finishing the fifth lap. They go for 8 laps, and complete laps to this course in ÖKK Bike Revolution in Davos, the 3rd round.
Ignore the rider ahead of Alexander Keller, another back marker. But Keller doing what she does best, leading from the front. And now she'll back off the pace again if it's been like any other lap. It'll all come back together. And again, she'll go on that climb.
Always the same protocol for Alexander Keller. Gets the bottle and then checks back if Ramona Forchini is coming. Now they get together probably. At least the previous lap they got together here. Now it looks like for Ramona Forchini it's not easy to get back. It's Alexander Keller waiting for Ramona Forchini.
Yeah, amazing.
Looks like. Jennifer Jackson.
Loiga's going to be 3rd over the line, then Jennifer Jackson, that's right. Linda Indergan, her teammate. A bit further back down the order now.
And now Serena Luger is hammering again.
Yeah.
Looks like more comfortable than before, even the face.
And Jackson looking good as well, you know. It doesn't look like she's spent yet, that's for sure.
Looked like she recovered.
Yeah, that's right.
She recovered from the crisis. Let's see, this is going to be a key moment of the race for Jennifer Jackson, because she recovered probably from the crisis, but now she's back again to the same climb where she lost.
That's right, but having a strong season, a 15th in Crans Montana for Jenny Jackson. Some amazing short track rise.
Now it's 19th position at
Well,
the UCI standings.
We're going to hear from team manager of Thomas, from Alexandra Keller's team manager, Ralph Nath, right about now. Let's go down to Antonia.
Ralph, I'm still looking for the big smile because Alessandra is still 1st place. Why is she unbeatable at the moment?
Yeah, I'm not sure she's unbeatable, but she's in a very good shape. She proved that in the last races, and yeah, she could take over the leader's jersey in the World Cup. And yeah, for her, I think today it's kind of a training race, to be honest. And yeah, she's pushing in the uphills, and she tries to recover in the downhills, and yeah, tries to win the race in the end. But I think it's going to be very tight with Ramona, and also in 3rd place Serena coming, and Jennifer is not too far. Yeah, and you know it's a long uphill, and also in the last lap you have to have some energy left, and yeah, I think it's open till the end.
Yes. How will the training blocks look for the next few days and weeks?
Yeah, I think she's already in the preparation for the Olympic Games, and the training load is a little bit higher than it used to be before, or in a racing period. And yeah, she does a lot of endurance rides, and yeah, just try to relax as much as possible. That the training can benefit in the end. And also for next week, for Léger, it's going to be the same. She's not going to be 100% there, but she tries to do a good result and keep the leader's jersey. And yeah, everything towards Paris.
Let's talk about this event here. Why is it so special?
It's very special to be in Davos. Davos is the highest city in the Swiss Alps, and it's a very nice place. It's a very nice track. It's a lot of climbing, but the climb is not too steep. We have a very cool downhill in the end, the Kügelibahn. And yeah, the kids, yes, they liked it for the kids races. The elite riders, they like it. It's a good race to do also training. You can do long intervals in the uphill. And yeah, it's always nice to be in the Alps and in the mountains.
Thanks, Ralph. Thank you. Good luck.
Well, I would certainly like to try and ride the Googly Barn myself, I must admit. But as Ralph said, it's amazing the ÖKK Bike Revolution. You know, go along with your family, take your kids. There's plenty of races all day Saturday for different categories. A massive festival of a weekend. As we look at the two leaders, Keller slowly dragging it away from Romana Fachini there in the orange helmet in second place at the moment. But Ralph Naif's saying, you know, that Alessandra, the woman we're looking at there, is using this as a training race. All eyes on Paris for her, we know that. And, you know, it's such a different approach from what we see from perhaps the other big favourite for Paris, for Pauline Perrin-Prévot, who has barely raced this year, who's decided to stay away from the races in her preparation more. What do you make of it?
It's completely different plans. But the good thing is that Ralph Naif and Alexander Keller and the whole team, they have a plan, and they stick on the plan.
And also, you know, she hasn't risked everything on those Olympics. She is leading the overall World Cup, despite not being at her best yet, as Ralph just said. Even in Leger next week, he said, don't expect to see her at her best. I mean, but you know, Jose, that you wouldn't expect to see her at her best. She needs to be at her best, what, around 3 weeks after that?
Yeah.
Is that right? At the end of the month?
But we don't know exactly the plan, exactly the training plan, but for sure they are increasing. It's not after
Leger. Marker out the way there.
After Leger, she's going to make a small rest and then straight to the Olympics.
Yeah.
But in any case, if you have even the Olympics in your mind, in your point of view, for sure.
That's a back marker going through there as well.
You're still pushing because it's a race. It's a race. A World Cup next week, leader in the World Cup. Is that Alexander is not unbeatable. And we could see that in this lap, Ramona Forchini didn't lose much than previous laps.
No, that's right.
They arrived more or less together on top of the climb. So for sure, Alexander Keller is stronger than Ramona, but still 2 laps to go and everything can happen.
A few back markers in there, perhaps slowing things down. I mean, the fact that Keller giving away 15, and a problem there for Fachini. Just losing a bit of time, definitely losing a bit of rhythm there. That rider in front of her is not in the race. That's a back marker, remember. Keller's already long gone. And Keller just disappearing in the red there. Yeah, the woman we're focusing on there, a back marker.
That cost a couple of seconds to Forchini.
Yeah, exactly. But the fact that this woman here, Alexander Keller, has given away 15, 20 seconds to everyone else in this race on the descent, to me, says that she's using the climb. She's going to win the race, but she's using the climb to train on, recovering on the descents. It's about a bigger picture today for her.
But even she shows that she's super strong, because if you use the climb for training, okay, you push to yourself to the limit.
Yeah.
And you are still catching or giving time in the downhills. That means that you are in shape, because when you are on red zone in the climb, then normally the downhills you are not so
sharp.
Sharp or fresh. And you can see that Alexander Keller is super strong.
Well, back mark is getting mixed in. Ignored that woman who just went through here. 3rd place, Serena Leuger. Yeah, having another really strong ride, this young woman, Swiss woman.
And now we can see Jennifer Jackson like before.
Yeah, and listen to Leuger's heart rate. An amazing season for her. 2nd year elite, 3rd place in the ÖKK in Kua, and 2nd in Engelbert a couple of weeks ago. On screen now, that is Linda Indegand, bronze medalist from Tokyo 3 years ago. A little bit further back down the order than she would have liked today, but as we said, not a great course for her. 6th place for Linda at the moment. A woman who prefers it to be a lot more technical.
Yeah, it's from the Swiss school. All the Swiss riders, they are super technical.
Well, they have these mad kind of training. Yeah. I went along actually to a women's Swiss training camp at an indoor bike park with Roger Rinderknecht, who was a BMX racer from back in the day, and it was like manuals and jumps and a foam pit, and it was just mad to see what they were doing.
They focus a lot in technical trainings.
Yeah.
And now also in the last year, they had a Spanish guy, also a former downhiller, Oscar Sainz, but Rindenegg also. So from the beginning, the Swiss riders, they were always super technical with Thomas Friesneck in really all times the beginning of the sport. And the Swiss riders, they were super good in muddy conditions, but also in technical. And they keep it. This is part of the secret of the country. And all the riders, they are good in technical. They learn a lot when they are young. They teach them a lot when they are super young, super kids. And then when they get to the elite categories, you can see that they have an extra, they have something extra in technical from the others.
Yeah. And now there's a big gap from this woman, Alexandra Keller, the race leader, to second place. This is the first time, I think, that we haven't seen Fachini on the back wheel of Keller at the bottom of the hill there. So Keller now looks like she's done the damage on that lap number 6
on that climb, yeah.
Back again with Loiga,
fast. Now the speed slows down a little bit for Alexander Keller. With that rider in front, that it's...
So Keller will want the back marker to get out of the way. Now she does, goes by her now.
Double jump, some corners. Again, Alexander Keller now is pushing hard. Now you could see.
And I'll tell you what, if Fachini keeps dropping back like this, it won't be too long before she might come under pressure from Loiga. We'll have a look at the split times as they come over the line now. Here comes Fachini then.
I think Fachini...
2 laps to go when she crosses the line. There's still a fair bit of racing in to go.
Still, still 20 minutes to go.
2 massive climbs to deal with. Oh, and look at this. Well, Keller has just, I think, as you said, trained maybe the first 6 laps. She's going to race the last 2. Now we might be about to see what Alexandra Keller can really deliver.
Now
she's going to be fast up and down, I believe. Fachini goes across the line. Look at that. So 17 seconds back. Yeah, and Loiga coming now. Impressive.
Now it's a time trial for Alexander Keller. Now it's proper racing for her.
7 seconds off, yeah. So, can Loiga get that second place? Still that second place away from Ramona Fachini.
Now he's hammering.
Here comes Jennifer Jackson, the Canadian. The top non-Swiss rider. 4th place for her for the Live Racing rider.
We see Alexander Keller in first position after 1 hour with a gap to Ramona Fachini, 17 seconds, and then 3rd position for Serena Löger, 24. And now we see how Alexander Keller is hammering the climb.
The Thomas rider, Alexandra Keller. The gap was 17 seconds at the start of this lap. I got a feeling it'll be a lot more at the end because it looks now like Keller really pushing.
Now he's pushing, and for sure Alexander...
And you can see the difference in her riding style here. Much more animated. The smile's gone.
Now he's pushing. now he's suffering. Even Alexander Keller is suffering. And it's training, training, but not always training means go easy.
No World Cup wins for her this year, but leading the overall. And to me, building absolutely perfectly towards those Paris games. She's going to be one of the big favourites, right, going into Paris? Absolutely. I mean,
for sure.
Pauline.
And it's a tactical race, Paris. It's a fast course. Let's say it's a little bit, the ground is a little bit like here. A little bit some small stones and fast roads.
Yeah.
A little bit loose ground. And Alexander Keller for sure is going to be a contender. Also in tactical, Alexander Keller is good, and she's also good in short tracks, so that means in tactical is good.
Yeah.
And now Alexander Keller is pushing hard. For sure, Alexander Keller tries to get some extra 15 seconds more, and then as soon the gap gets to 30-35 seconds, she's gonna manage the gap. But the problem now they are for Ramona Fachini. Some slow motion from Linda Edegaard. As we mentioned before, technically those riders, they are super good. And Alexander Keller pushing, look at the face. This is pushing.
17 seconds it was at the bottom, the split time. It's going to be different now. This is Keller at her best. Fine-tuning her performance towards Paris. This isn't a race for Keller, this is a training ride.
Yeah.
It's true. And it's been incredible to see her. And on these last 2 laps, now she is going to bury herself just to get as much as she can out of this race.
Now she's thinking in the Olympics. She's
Luger's
thinking
gone past.
Yeah, Luger.
So Luger has gone past Fourcini there. So the impressive then.
The race is changing now for Fourcini. Fourcini for sure is having now the bad moments. We could see Ramona Fourcini being super strong all the laps. The 6 preview laps, but now as soon as she gets in crisis, Luger took the chance.
Yeah.
And now Luger is second position. Fourcini tried to stay on the wheel.
Luger yet to win win an ÖKK Bike Revolution race. Second note in Engelbert at the start of this month. Fourcini trying to stay with her. Penultimate lap now. They've only got to do this climb once more after this. Luger is going, you know.
Yeah.
Fourcini is dropping back now.
Fourcini is suffering now.
Nowhere to hide on this climb.
1, 2 seconds. This is hard for Fourcini right now. It's super hard, and it's extra motivation for Luger. Luger is fighting for the overall, of course, because the biggest contender is in front, Alexander Keller. They are not far away.
Keller going past another back marker there in the red at the front. Ignore the next rider back down. This is the one we want to be looking at. Serena Luger, second place then.
But Luger is getting extra motivation because Alexander Keller is pushing super hard and is not getting much. He's not getting much gap than before.
No, that's right. It's right there. And Fourcini as well, impressive the way that she can stay there as well.
Fourcini is struggling right now, but that's the end. That's the end of the climb for Fourcini. She knows that now.
Wow.
But also the previous mistake from Fourcini. Maybe it was also because she was on the red zone.
Luger's out of breath, but still managing to find enough energy to say thank you to people getting out of the way for her.
Now it's full throttle,
we
V12.
We don't need a heart rate monitor on screen to tell us just where her heart rate is. Right maxed out then, Luger, at the moment.
Now it's Serena.
22 seconds back on Keller. So losing 5 seconds, actually, the gap was 17, but that was back to Fourcini at the bottom. So that's impressive from Luger, really impressive. One more lap to go. Here's Annie last.
Annie last.
Down in 5th place when she went across the line. Another strong ride. Broken wrists in February.
Yeah.
Some time off the bike,
and a crash, as we can see in the knee, on the left knee.
And now it's so hard, right, to get back. If you have an injury in a season, when everyone else is training, if you have time on the sideline, it's really difficult to recover, right, and get back on level terms.
It's not easy to jump in a train when it's moving.
That's right, yeah, that's a better way of putting it.
It's always better when you get it in a station, you know. But there is always opportunity, you know, for to get back, and especially this year that in June, July, everybody is making is going to make a gap and a rest, and for sure it's struggling Annie last, but there is a long season still in front of all of them. It's not only the Olympics. There is World Cups, but there's still a lot of races ahead. And the season is going to end up in October.
Yeah, so that's right. Long way to go.
Long way to go, and
after the big event in 3 weeks' time, everything will look a bit different, I think, for the rest of the year. But look at this, Keller absolutely stamping on the pedals on this climb, smashing it out.
That fast,
what an effort from her,
And Luger, not less than Alexander Keller, because she's keeping the gap, but you could see that
but Luger really done that. This is unbelievable. Luger is really taking it to Keller. Fourcini being dropped now, but I'm not surprised. Ignore that woman there. She's a back marker.
But this year, Serena Luger is having a super good season, especially in the ÖKK Bike Revolution. 3rd in the 3rd round, winning by Pauline Ferrand, Alexander Keller, and 3rd, Serena Luger. 2nd round, Engelbert, Alexander Keller, Serena Luger, and Linda Endegal. So that shows that Luger is strong this year.
Yeah, really strong.
And has reached a different step, different level, more steady, and she's showing it today. Alexander Keller, now the gap is Serena Luger. Look, she reduced the gap.
What?
18 seconds.
No way. So pulling 4. We might have a race on our last lap here.
Yeah,
Jennifer Jackson goes through as well. Wow, this is unbelievable. From Serena Luiga. I can't believe what I'm seeing here.
Ramona Forchini is even losing a couple of seconds.
And Luiga really, you know, rides really around the top 20 positions at World Cup races. So she's had some good strong rides, a 21st, a 24th, and inside the top 20 actually in Crans Montana last week.
We can see.
So they're going to...
second and third position, they see each other, Luiga and...
It's mad how this race opens up and comes back together all the time.
It's not easy. It's not easy because it's a course that it's fast, it's physically hard. The altitude, like Phil told us, and now it's end of the race. You know, it's the small mistakes can make you lose or win.
Yeah, and it's mistakes are easy to make when you're exhausted, tired. They're going to be feeling 7 or 8 laps around here, that's for sure.
Now they are finishing the 7th lap. And they will start the last lap. And this is the last downhill that Ralf Neff told us. And Alexander Köhler.
Flying down the switchbacks,
Now it's even faster in downhill. The previous laps, she didn't show us this speed in this downhill.
No, she's pushing on.
Now it's
Has
pushing.
a quick look over her shoulder, and it won't be.
Ahead of position for Alexander Köhler.
It won't be Ramona Forchini, she's saying. It'll be Serena Luiga.
Going through the feed zone for the last time.
Taking on another bottle, yes, more fluids.
And he's not looking back like previous laps where she searched for Ramona Forchini. Now she knows that he's alone in front. And he's pushing. Now she's going to push for a half lap, probably, and then relax a little bit. But now look at the speed. It's not the same speed like previous laps.
Yeah. All out on this climb then for Keller.
This is
Get
last
as
lap.
much out of this race as she can. It's not the result she's after, as much as it is the fitness, the training. So Luiga coming across the line, and Keller putting more time into her in that last sector of lap number 7 then.
Putting more time on Serena Luiga, but not
24
much.
seconds, but on the descent. So what can Luiga do now on this climb? That's going to be what we're going to need to keep an eye out for. Keeney as well. Well, looking like she was in real trouble, but still only 35 back in third.
Luiga has a double reason to push in the climb. Either because she can catch Alexander, or either because Ramona Forchini can come.
Yeah.
So it's the one under pressure, Luiga, even having such a good race for her. But she's now on 100% effort. Jennifer Jackson also one of the stars in the beginning of the race, and now keeping this 4th position.
Been a strong ride for Jennifer Jackson though.
Jennifer Jackson is going to pass the line for the last time.
The highest non-Swiss rider by a long way. Off come the glasses now then. As Jackson goes out onto her last lap now.
Just.
And we join the leader, Alexandra Keller, on this climb. Has a look over her shoulder. So definitely aware of Luiga behind her.
9 more minutes for Alexander Keller. 9 more minutes to finish the race, but it's still a long climb, and Alexander Keller is pushing because she knows that Luiga is also coming back. Look at the Luiga.
Taking time on the climb, losing time, as we said, on the descending on that last lap. But impressive, because we know how hard Keller was going on that climb. For Luiga to take 6 seconds out of her, I'm dumbstruck by that. Incredible.
Now is struggling, probably the effort from the previous lap. Now she's paying a little bit.
Another back marker for Keller.
Ramona Forchini.
Oh, excuse me, Forchini. Yep, further back in 3rd place. You can see Luiga just in front of her, just behind that tree there, a little bit further up the road.
And still they can see each other.
Yeah, not out of sight, out of mind yet.
Luiga from the Vix team. Successful team this year, also with a top rider, Guerini, in the men's category, and in the women category with Luiga. And Ramona Forchini also getting back, trying to get back to Luiga. She's just 50 meters to Löger, but it's not easy to close the gap. Löger has in mind also catch
Whoa.
Alexander Köhler.
Fokini will not let her out of sight. Fokini just around that turn already. Wow, look at this.
The speed from Löger is not...
Onto the Hirschlag ramp they come then.
Now he's suffering. Now it's last lap. Everybody can feel this climb. And we see Ramona Forchini making good times.
Losing 16 seconds on the climb to Luger last lap. So, yeah. It's impressive. That shows Luger can climb, that's for sure. Almost matching Keller and putting that sort of time into Forchini. Incredible. But Forchini's keeping her honest this lap.
But it seems that Forchini can close the gap. Maybe,
it's been an interesting race.
That's going to be till the end, eh? Alexander Köhler obviously is in front. Let's see if we can see the gap from Alexander Köhler. And now look like he's stretching the gap from Löger and Forchini. It's going to be constantly like this till the end of the climb.
Whoa.
1 more minute. 1 minute and a half to the finish. To finish the climb, sorry. And Löger, we have this view that allows us to see the gaps. Löger and Forchini, they see each other.
They do. Look at this. Amazing. Forchini.
They see each other and they see how long is the climb.
She wants to get in front of Luger. She will not. Tenacious riding for Forchini, and of course from Luger, and Keller ahead of her as well on this last lap here.
Last
Hour
push.
and 15 on the clock. And a brutally physical race here.
Attention now. Now they have to turn right and they get into the single trail. And there are some technical parts where we saw Forchini having a small mistake in previous laps.
I'm looking up the top of the screen there to see where Alessandra Keller long gone, look, already coming back down, yeah. So Keller looking to have this one tied up. The defending ÖKK Bike Revolution Series champion for last year and the year before, believe it or not. Undefeated, actually, in the first 2 editions of the Bike Revolution Series. Second place goes through, 28 seconds back now to Keller, so Keller's work should be done. And Luger really...
Keller keeping the gap.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Luger incredible on lap 7, perhaps not able to deliver that effort again on lap 8. Yeah. The next through that split, it's going to be the Canadian, Jennifer Jackson, the top Canadian rider at the World Cup races at the moment.
But Luger, even if she's not able to deliver a super last lap, she's still there at 28 seconds. That whatever mistake from Alexander Köhler, Serena Luger can make it. 28 seconds is nothing. Ramona Forchini has a bigger gap. It's more complicated for Ramona Forchini, 43 seconds. But Luger,
crunching the gears. She's
a small mistake.
No way. And forced it up over the top of there.
And different line. They used to have the top line. That was the part with Forchini had the problems on top of the climb.
Fighting for gears.
And now we see Ramona Forchini is passing that point without problems. It seems that it's a little bit tired. You could see that the downhill is different than before. And Luger also taking a breath. Trying to breathe a little bit. Luger. Roots and rolls.
Last time then. For this young Swiss woman, been an incredible ride to go with that. Second place she had in Engelbert at the last race. The last ÖKK Bike Revolution. Not won one yet, but it's not going to be too long away for Luger.
We could see the gap. The gap with Ramona Forchini and Luger was bigger. It's bigger right now. Before they could see each other in the climb, but now it's already some seconds that Luger passed over here.
45 back then from the leader to Ramona Forchini.
And going down for Alexander Köhler. Comfortable chicane.
Through the last Last time there's the back markers behind her again, of course.
A lot of back markers that can make some troubles to the riders that they are coming, to Leger and Ramona Forchini, especially to Leger. Last short climb for Alexandra Keller.
Up and out of the saddle. What's she going to do in Ligier at the World Cup there next weekend? The last big race before Paris, right?
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
It. The last time to set your marker.
Then most of the riders, they will go for altitude training, a little bit recovery after Ligier. Then obviously 1 week before they have to be in Paris at the Olympic Village to be with the Olympic team, all the national teams, Swiss Olympic team, and especially for anti-doping controls, all the protocol you have to do before the Olympics. 1 week before, they will have, before the race, 2 days only training in the course. So
is that what they get? Just 2 days training?
Only 2 days.
Yeah.
And 2 hours every day.
Oh, not much.
Maximum.
Very little.
No, not much. So that means they have a good, the last event, like you say, let's get next week is going to be the last big event to check how the shape is for all of them. Then the rest is like a blind eyes going into the Olympics. And Alexandra Keller just going down the last meters before the finish line to complete that race, the ÖKK Bike Revolution in Davos, final lap.
A good couple of weekends in Switzerland then for this woman. Second in Crans-Montana at the World Cup race last weekend. Taking the win here in Davos like she did last year actually at this race, the ÖKK Bike Revolution. The two-time series champion.
And collecting some extra points for the overall ranking of the ÖKK Bike Series.
That's right. Looking good. Alexandra Keller absolutely loves racing her bike, and that is what she does best. A quick smile on her face then as Alexandra Keller comes up to the line then to win her 4th ÖKK Bike Revolution race. Her second time here in Davos. And with ease, Alexandra Keller wins ÖKK Bike Revolution Davos.
Alexandra Keller adding 250 extra points to the overall of the ÖKK Bike Revolution and increasing the gap to the second.
And here comes Serena Luiga then, matching her second place in Engelberg, her best ÖKK Bike Revolution finish. Looking for the win. It won't be too long before we see that. An amazing ride, 19 seconds only at the end. Luga getting inside the top 20 in Crans-Montana as well last weekend, so a good couple of weekends. Forchini's had an incredible race for Ramona Forchini.
Serena Luger making the same result like previous race in Engelberg, finishing second position, and Ramona Forchini improving the result from Engelberg that she finished 6th position, now back on the podium. 3 riders, Alexandra Keller, Serena Luger, Ramona Forchini, and the Canadian Jennifer Jackson from Leaf team finishing in 4th position.
The top non-Swiss rider, perhaps the only non-Swiss rider in the top 20 today.
Extra price, extra cheese.
Maybe
for
extra cheese,
Jennifer Jackson.
Good ride for Annie Lars, coming back from those broken wrists earlier this year.
Yeah, a veteran in the field, 33
close to
years
Jenny
old.
Jackson,
But a smart race from Annie Lars. Always steady, always one tempo, one speed, and pays off. Now it's 5th position for Annie Lars. And teammate from Jennifer Jackson, Linda Indegan, Olympic medalist. Racing.
Strong at the start of the race, couldn't sustain it, but
not bad for a course that she didn't like it. 6th
a pure
position.
power course for Linda Indegan, not really what suits her. Definitely suits Alexandra Keller though, who seems to be able to win on any course. There's the teammates together.
And Gina Calori, great result from for Gina Calori, the rider from the Villiers Pirelli. Villa Vittoria, sorry, they changed the sponsor. Super good result for Gina, 7th position. There are more riders going to the finish. You see Jennifer Jackson, Linda Endegarn, Gina Calori, Alexander Keller, and the last. So it's time to recover. And most of them reset and again next week.
Yeah, that's right, they will.
Cabine Léger.
Be heading there probably tomorrow or Tuesday.
Most of them, they will spend a couple of days here in Davos, and then they will travel on Wednesday. They keep as much longer as possible here in altitude.
Okay, I got you. Yeah.
Because Léger is also up in the mountains in altitude.
What a great race then for round 3 of the ÖKK Bike Revolution. Davos delivering. We've got the men's race coming up shortly after this as well on Red Bull TV. Stay with us for that. The riders still coming in here. But it was Alessandra Keller that took the win. Convincingly, actually, I think the margin could have been bigger if she needed it to be. The rider coming in.
See more and more riders coming in, and
weather's changed a little bit there. Some more dark clouds in the sky. There might be some thunderstorms about a bit later. Mad humidity.
Yeah, looks like it's changing.
Yeah, it does a bit.
And a fast race for most of them. 1 hour 21. It's a fast race. Let's see the men's. If it's raining, obviously it's going to stay more or less the same time lapse. But and here we see analysis of each lap for Alexander Keller, the first.
Giving away 7 seconds on that last lap. Fastest laps though, really, on the lap 6, lap 7 at 10:06, matched by Luger as well. Impressive.
And
I do feel that Keller could have made it even quicker if she'd wanted to.
And fastest lap for
Jennifer
Jackson in the last lap.
Yeah, impressive that. Yeah.
Good end of the race.
Yeah.
Good finish. And he last more or less keeping the same gap in the last lap. But absolutely, Alexander Keller smashed the race in lap 5, 6, and 7, and then on last lap.
Maybe relaxed a little, maybe.
Just relax. But 7 seconds relax, just in the last meters.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
She didn't relax a half lap. No. She was pushing till the end. Because the gap was not as big as we could expect from the beginning.
No.
And only 19 seconds to second position to Luger and 41 seconds to Ramona Forchini. That at the end of the race, she kept the result and she kept the shape. She kept a good level.
And there it is then. That's your top 9. Hutter taking that 9th place just behind Rebecca Esteban. Big time gaps all the way down. The Canadian Jennifer Jackson just ahead of Annie last there, minute 33 back for last in the gap. Failing a little bit towards the end of that race. 2 minutes back in the end for in 6th place there, but what a race for Alessandra Keller. We're just waiting for the winners interview. We're hopefully bringing you that anytime soon.
And at the same time, we have to remember everybody that we continue our live streaming with the men's category.
We do. Very soon, yeah.
Very soon. At 2:15, we'll be live again for the men's category. And at the moment, we enjoy the end of the women race. We remember everybody that we start the ÖKK Bike Revolution live streaming in Davos, the 3rd race of the ÖKK Bike Revolution series 2024. And some slow-mos from Alexander Keller, the winner of today's race. Hammering all the climbs in all the laps from the beginning and finishing winning Davos ÖKK Bike Revolution with a comfortable race and a comfortable gap.
Marching on towards Paris, absolutely perfectly so far. Let's hear her from her. She's with Antonio.
Are you unbeatable today?
Well, I mean, everyone rode a very good race, and I had, as I said, many hours in my legs, so I was also suffering. But I mean, I think it was the uphill and the downhill skills, like overall. But yeah, they made me a tough day, and I'm happy about the win.
Your coach told us, or the team manager told us, it's more like a training race. Was it like this?
Yes, it was clearly like this. I mean, I tried to recover, especially in the flat parts, and I didn't go all in the transfer section and downhill. But uphill, I went every time with like quite a speed, and yeah, I did that for 8 laps, and yeah, apparently it was enough for the win. But still, I had a good, basically training race, and I'm actually happy to take the win home. Yeah.
So this was like a good preparation for the Olympics?
Yeah, I mean, there's still many highlights to come. So the Olympics is in 4 weeks, and then yeah. We have World Champs in September, and then we are also fighting for the overall in the World Cup. So generally, there's many highlights to come, and I think it's a good preparation for the whole end of season.
Thank you so much, and congrats again, Nasrallah. Thank you.
Good mentality. She wants to go for everything: Olympics, Worlds, and the ÖKK Bike Revolution. I love this kind of rider that they like to ride.
She loves racing. She loves winning. Congratulations to Alessandra Keller. Well, the men are coming up at 2:15. That's in around 20 minutes' time. We'll be back with them then from myself and Jose Hamida. Until then, though, it's goodbye. We'll see you there.
Viertplatzierte im U23-Rennen, Chiara Soler. Chiara jetzt in der Abfahrt in.
Wieso ich Frauen, die nicht auf dem Velosattel sitzen, sondern auf dem Balanceboard stehen, erfährst du in der Videoserie von der ÖKK.
Willst auch du im Balance bleiben? Dann mach mit bei der Verlosung und gewinn mit ein bisschen Glück ein Balanceboard.
Nicht alle haben einen persönlichen Velomech wie ich. Aber meine Versicherung, die ÖKK, zahlt die Hälfte an deinen Veloservice.
Bist du bereit für über 700 Kilometer Single Trails? Na dann, yippie Schweinebacke.
Let me show you what it's all about. Check it out. Check it out. Just check it out. Let me show you what it's all about. Check it out.
Wieso ich für einen, der nicht auf dem Velosattel sitzt, sondern auf dem Balanceboard stehe, erfährst du in der Videoserie von der ÖKK.
Willst auch du im Balance bleiben? Dann mach mit bei der Verlosung und gewinn mit ein bisschen Glück ein Balanceboard.
Nicht alle haben einen persönlichen Velomech wie ich, aber meine Versicherung, die ÖKK, zahlt die Hälfte an deinen Veloservice.
Bist du bereit für über 700 Kilometer Single Trails? Na dann, yippie Schweinebacke.
Let me show you what it's all about. Check it out. Check it out. Just check it out. Let me show you what it's all about. Check it out.
Hello, good afternoon and welcome to Switzerland's highest city. We're in Davos for round 3 of the ÖKK Bike Revolution series. I'm Rob Warner alongside the 2010 world champion of cross-country mountain biking, Jose Hermida. Jose, we had a brilliant women's race. The men are about to take to the line. Some big names going to be starting in this one.
Absolutely, and hello, Rob. Hello, welcome to ÖKK Bike Revolution, as Rob Warner says. We saw a big show, a big race with the winner Alexander Keller in the women category, and for sure in the men's category it's not gonna disappoint us because we have 9 laps ahead and we have some big names. Lars Forster, in the last moment Matthias Flukiger and many others. They will make the show for us in Davos, as we can see in this map. And we have a course of 3.8 kilometers starting in the finish line with a straight line, completely asphalt and good rolling. And then as soon they turn right, they have the first climb, as we can see with
and it's a long climb, I think it's fair to say, Jose. Let's keep an eye on this climb because it goes up and up
and up
and
and
up and up. Yeah, onto the Hirschler ramp, all the way up to the highest point on the course, coming shortly.
It's going to be 2-3 minutes constantly up. It's not
to
typical
the Verlo corner, yep.
It's not typical in the new cross-country courses, but this is a all-style course. And as usual, we have some technical parts in Switzerland. They like this technical, tricky parts and fast downhill with a chicane to slow down a little bit the speed. Before they have the last downhill, a funny one we could see.
Yeah. Trying dusty through those switchbacks before they come down on to the tarmac, back into the Davos, the high valley city here. And as Jose said, 3.3k, 174 metres of climbing. An altitude, actually, of Davos of around 1,500 metres. The air is a little rarefied. It is a little thin up there, right? The altitude will make a difference.
Exactly. We could see it in the women's race that it was important to have a good tempo, a good speed, and constantly effort during the race.
Luca,
and
you
it's
could
super important.
The leader's jersey today. What are your expectations?
Yeah, I expect a really tight race with all those guys, and yeah, let's see how the race is going, and yeah, maybe I can take over the leader's jersey.
We wish you, of course, good luck, and also, of course, good luck for Matthias. Matthias, you're one of the favorites here. How do you feel so close before the race?
Actually good. I'm excited to race. Actually, I decided yesterday to race here. I had a lot of training this week in the altitude, so I'm still in the preparation for Paris. So hard to say how it will go, but I'm just excited to race. So that's the most important thing today.
Thank you so much. Good luck.
Well, that's right. Excited to race. And as we heard Luca Shatti say there, you know, Marcel Guarini, the man who was actually leading this series, isn't starting today. He won in Engelbert at the last race, but had a big crash right last week, was it, in Crans Montana, and he's decided to sit this one out. Stitches, I believe.
Yeah, stitches in the knee, and he's full recover, sorry. But it was too early to get back to the bike, and especially to racing. And Luca Shatti, as he says, sorry, he's ready to push and get back the leader jersey.
Yeah,
he was good in the first ÖKK Bike Revolution of the season in Kur, where
he's an incredible climber.
Yeah, where
and this is a climber's course.
Yeah, and the first race he fight with Lars Forster for the win, finished second, and now he has a big chance to get back the leader jersey.
And here he is then, Luca Shatti. What a season he's having. Went from plate number 82 to a 19th place finish in Maripora at the first World Cup there in Brazil. A second place in Kua at the ÖKK Bike Revolution. A fourth in Engelbert and a course that suits him. So let's see what Luca Shatti can do today.
The next rider is number 6,
Andre Frischner. Yeah, that's right. An 8th in a World Cup, his best elite result back in 2022. The son of Thomas Frischnet, the Scott team manager and 1996 world champion.
And Vital Albin.
And a man to watch today, right, Vital Albin?
He's one of the guys to watch, as you say, because he's a good climber. The course can fit to him, can suit to him. So he's going to be one of the guys in front for sure.
Second overall in the series, in this series, the ÖKK Bike Revolution series, the last 2 years. A bronze as an under-23 at the World Championships. Perhaps looking for a bit of form this year. Can he find it today?
And he's hungry to show the shape.
Yeah, absolutely.
The first 2 races he couldn't be on top 10, and he's going to be one of the guys to watch today. How about Joel Roth from Vic's Performance Race Team?
A man who has been twice a bronze medalist as an under-23 at the U23 World Championships. A fine 8th at the last ÖKK Bike Revolution race in Engelbert at the start of the month. What's he like at climbing?
He's not the guy that I will look for today, but you know, it's a small field and you know, it's easy to perform.
That's right. A lot of riders do perform here that don't always at other races. Well, Lars Forster, the defending series champion, he's won this series actually the last 2 years, the only 2 years we've had it. The winner in Kua at the start of this year as well.
And with many problems in Engelberg, he was there, he had the shape,
yes,
but some flat tires during the race. He couldn't finish the race as he wanted, finished 5th position.
Amazing to see him really come back to his best last year as well, taking a World Cup win in Leogang, his 2nd World Cup win. Well, this might be the man they've all got to beat. Mathias Flukiger, a horrible season start for him at the first 2 races in Brazil. Big question marks over his form, big question marks whether he'd be going to Paris. He's turned things around though. A great ride last week in Crans, Montana to finish 2nd behind Thomas Pidcock, who we will talk about during this show, during this broadcast. Flukiger is very much back on form and definitely got his eyes very much on the prize of Paris, right?
He got better and better through the races, and now it's currently in 4th position at the world ranking and in 10th position at the UCI World Cup. But as he said in the interview, he's looking for Paris. He trained a lot this week. In the last moment, he decided to race here at the ÖKK Bike Revolution at home, let's say. So it's for sure, and the course is one of the courses that probably Mathias Flukiger, he really likes. The first part of the course is up climbing, and Mathias, we know that he's a good climber, so he's gonna add more training, let's say, probably like Alexander
It's been
Keller.
a while since he's run a plate with a number like 7,055, believe me. Timon Rueg, he's going to be on that front row as well. Fabian Puntenart just behind him.
That number plate they have to invent for him.
Yeah, that's right. Watch out for Joris Riff there, the e-bike world champion, a man who does go well at the ÖKK Bike Revolution races as well.
It's one of the guys we have to look for, because the first 40 minutes, he has a super good 40 minutes of racing. And he's going to be there in front, And we see some different guys from France, America.
Yeah, good to see an American here, Constant Conabel riding.
We have German, Chile, Ignacio Gallo, so some different countries taking part at the ÖKK Bike Revolution, the 3rd race of this season, 2024.
Right. 2 rounds
in Davos.
left. Gruyere and Hut Wheels still to come later this year, but let's focus on this one today then. 9 laps for these men.
No gloves.
Around this course. And it will be incredibly brutal. The physicality of this track, there's nowhere to hide. It is literally a massive climb to the top of the hill, and then you come back down and get to do it all over again. If you want to test your legs, this might just be the very best place to do it today.
Either the altitude or either the climb, but it's a good place for testing your legs. And you see all the riders getting into the focus smooth. We could see Luca Sciatti ready to fight for the points and try to get the leader jersey of the ÖKK Bike Revolution series. And as soon the lights they turn green, it's going to be the start of the third event of the ÖKK Bike Revolution.
So watch out for the three Thomas riders there in red. And we are underway then here in Davos. 9 laps for these men.
Flückiger in front.
Straight to the front then, yep, straight off the line. He said he'd had a big week of training this week. I wonder what condition his legs will be in then come this race.
Legs, they will be tired, that's for sure, because when those guys, they train hard and long.
Yeah, that's true, right.
But after one lap, when you start to sweat, for sure, the speed is coming, but just Flückiger in front.
Can you ride yourself in? You can ride through those aches, early tiredness, and hopefully recover in the race then.
Yeah, yes, but you know, when the body is super tired, when you do a long block of training, in the first moment, obviously the body wants to stop, wants to rest. But as soon the body understands that you are not going to rest, it's a race day, the body is going to change.
Yeah.
Even your brain is gonna change, and then okay, you go ahead. You always need to sweat a little bit, and then after 20, 30 minutes, then you go back again to the racing modus. But you know, it's a cross-country race.
Yeah,
1 hour 20. You don't need 30 minutes for the start.
No,
you have to start from the beginning.
And on the climb they come, then it starts tarmac, turns to gravel, gets narrower and narrower as they go up the mountain. Single track at the top.
Now we see the
but
red
a lot less, a much smaller starter list than we'd see at a World Cup, and less really need to fight for position this early in the race. Just lost the position, the camera there, off the back of the quad.
You see the red colors from the Thomas Maxson team, and also the green colors from the Vix Performance team. So it's going to be both teams fighting. Joel Roth on board camera, and we have Lars Forster setting the pace in front.
Defended series champion Lars Forster.
Matthias Flückiger on his wheel. Adri Frischneck in third position. Vital Albin in fourth position. And as you see, the peloton, if we can say it's a peloton, the peloton is reduced as normally. And as you know, this year we have the Olympic Games, and many riders, they decide to make a break.
Yeah.
Most of them, or at least the ones that they are qualified already, they decide to make a break in this period. They have 1 week gap to make a rest if they want before the Olympics. And others, they try to recover a little bit to face the second part of the season.
Yeah.
Because the season is not finished with the Olympics. There's still a lot of races in front, the World Cups, World Championships.
Yeah.
And the season is going to be finished in October. And even those guys, those riders, they have 2 more events, the ÖKK Bike Revolution, in September. So the season is not finishing.
That's absolutely right. Yep, plenty to look forwards to then. Everyone's staying together on this climb together, this first lap. Not unexpected, actually. Where is Lucas Schaty? He's the man I'm going to have my eye on this afternoon.
Lars Forster
Number 3
in front.
on the front of his bike. And looking like there's an attack on the right hand there, side there. Flückiger wanting to get to the front, and that's exactly what he's done before they go into the single track now. So he wanted that position, he's got it.
Flückiger, Forster, Timon Rueg, Adri Frischneck, Schaty in 5th position, Vital Albin in 6th position. So everything is in line right now,
Yep.
and Matthias Flückiger setting the pace. That's the top of the climb.
Highest
Forster,
point on the highest point on the track.
Timon Rueg, Adri Frischneck. The gaps, they are not big at the moment.
Ignacio Gallo through in 8th, Walter 9th, Nick Berkey there in 10th, Puntanar 11th. Riff, the e-bike world champion, going through inside the top 15 as well. Stringing them out a little bit now as it gets steep. Let's have a look at this start, and it was Flückiger that set off with the intent.
And we see a slow motion from the start, and looks like it can be an easy race for most of them, but it's completely the opposite. When there are not many riders, it's easy to get in fight. And Vital Albin, Nick Berkey, choosing
a couple of
the
different
upper
lines
line.
there if you want, or you can take that lower line, then have a steeper climb to work up.
Timon Rueg facing this downhill, Adri Friesbeck, and already setting...
Flückiger is not messing about. Lars Forster going with him.
Making a gap.
But look at this. Flückiger, though, after the season he had, the early season he had in Brazil, where it was a disaster for him.
Absolutely.
You know, he has been selected to go to Paris by the Swiss. And actually, I was in Kua.
There were some questions.
People were saying actually Colombo would be going, you know, other names and stuff. Now he's got the place, and I feel like, well, he's keen. He proved himself in Crans Montana. He's going to want to do the same again today. He's going to want to do the same next week in Leger, and then that's it before Paris, right?
And Leger is a good course for Matthias Flückiger. He has good remembers from the previous season. Always
he had a perfect season there.
Yeah, perfect season.
Right. A perfect weekend there, excuse me.
Yeah, winning the short track and also the cross-country race, and also the World Championships. He was there. And slow motion from Matthias Flückiger and Lars Forster. Both together from the same team. And here we have Matthias Flückiger, as you mentioned, getting back to his normal shape.
Yeah.
And Lars Forster, the leader of the ÖKK BIKE REVOLUTION. Will they make a team work together?
Yeah, well, they could.
Till the end of the race, and then they will decide who is going to win the race. Or Matthias Flückiger is going to hammer the race. Like usually makes when it's a course like this, always uphill. Look at this. This is how.
Yeah. Look at this. You just answered it.
This is
Flückiger is literally out to get as much fitness as he can out of this race. It feels to me like he is just going to hammer it start to finish.
Yeah, this is a typical Matthias Flückiger style.
And look at the gap really on lap one already between Lars. Matthias and the rest of them. Rueg comes through next, Frischnet, but already finding themselves the best part of 15 seconds off.
Yeah, look at this. It's bigger gap than in the women's race from the beginning.
Yeah, because of the pace at the front. Flückiger blasting away. Puntenar goes through in 11th, ahead of Joris Riff there in 12th.
Specha, Ursine Specha, and the German Alex. But look at the gap. The gap is big. Matthias Flückiger is hammering the race, and Lars Forster, the current leader of the ÖKK BIKE. Oh, not the current leader, sorry. Second in the overall of the ÖKK BIKE Revolution, but with a big opportunity to get the leader jersey because Marcel Guerini, the current leader of the ÖKK BIKE Revolution, is not racing because of physical problems, recovering from from a crash. And look at this.
I'm just laughing at the pace of Matthias Flückiger pedaling out of every corner. Look at him. Like, you know what I mean? It's just brilliant to watch.
Getting out of the corner.
Sprinting out of every corner.
Looks like it's a short track race for him today.
Yeah. But you know what? I just love watching Matthias ride. When he's like, you know, now he's back on his best here again. This is what we want to see. And let's enjoy this afternoon, watching Flückiger at his best. On home soil in Switzerland, only Lars Forster staying with him so far then. Look at the lap time for lap number one. It's just over the 8-minute mark.
Matthias Flückiger is like it's like electricity. It's on and off.
Yeah,
it don't has a middle term. It's always on and off. And now both together, they pass their start for 9 laps. We remember, everybody, we are at the ÖKK BIKE REVOLUTION. 3rd race of the season in Davos, and all the men elite category, they go for 9 laps.
So Lucas Schaerty finding himself down there in 5th place at the moment. We know how well he can climb. Actually, incredible performance for him at ÖKK Bike Revolution race in Kua, round 1 this year, where Nino actually afterwards said just how impressive he was and that he knew he'd come through.
Both together, they are working together. We could see that, like, Lars Forster took the lead, and now Matthias Flückiger.
Well, Lars Forster there in 2nd place, and before the race, Antonio spoke to him.
In Engelberg, I had a flat tire, so it wasn't a perfect race. Davos, I won it last year, and looking forward for tomorrow. Gonna be for sure a nice battle. a really hard uphill and some good riders on the start. We'll try my best. For sure, when everyone is in front with Vital as well, Matthias, we can do something together. Last year it worked perfectly here. Together with Vital, we could beat Nino Schurter with 1-2, so perfect scenario. Today we will try this again.
Yeah, looks like they will try to do the same tactic, but instead Vital Albin is going to be Matthias Flückiger. At the moment, Matthias Flückiger is setting the pace in the uphill. You can see the gap. Doesn't look like a big gap, but remember that those are top guys, elite riders, and the speed is high in this climb. And Matthias Flückiger pushing Lars Forster, stay on the wheel. They go for 9 laps, and they are starting the second lap.
Flückiger's only won one of these ÖKK Bike Revolution races. That was Hutwil last year. Lars Forster's won 3 of them, actually. As we said, he's the defending series champion. He's not going to have an easy ride today, either of these two, though.
Both riders from the Thomas Maxon. Matthias Flückiger, national champion, Swiss champion, Lars Forster, and we see Luca Sciatti. He's taking the lead of the second group, the chasing group. It's important for him. And we see Lars Forster having some small problems.
Yeah, look at this. So well spotted. Up out of the saddle already. Flückiger sat down. This is telling.
Matthias Flückiger doing Matthias Flückiger things. Attacking in the climbs. Yeah. He has no middle term. He goes all in from the beginning. And the truth is that Matthias Flückiger is feeling good in the last month. He's having a good time now. As you mentioned in the beginning, there were some questions of his shape in the beginning of the season, but now looks like he released these problems. And now he's back to be Matthias Flückiger, pushing up in the climbs. Lars Forster tried to contend a little bit the gap. And
look over his shoulder, never good at this stage of the game. Flückiger then doing the damage, it looks like, on lap 2. I don't think it'll be too long before Forster gets swallowed up by Sciatti and that chasing group there. Here they come already. A lot of strong riders in there that can work together. Nicky Berkey running at the front of this chasing pack at the moment.
Don't get confused about the position right now in the first laps, because the woman category we saw a lot of changes.
Yes, we did.
It's important to mention that in altitude, like in Davos at 1,500 meters altitude, it's important to ride steady, to get your speed, your rhythm, and to keep it the whole day, or at least the whole race. That it's going to be 1 hour 20 something expected race. And Vital Albin going to split 1 in 6th position with a gap of 27 seconds. Comparing to his teammate, or the leader of the race, Matthias Flückiger, we saw it just straight now. Lars Forster in 2nd position.
Yeah, then it's going to be Sciatti coming through. There he is already.
We see
pretty
Sciatti.
close. Watch out for Sciatti. His ride in at the Bike Revolution, the first round in Kua this year, was actually unbelievable. Like, he can climb with the best in the world, I would say.
Exactly. He was the only guy that could stay with Lars Forster in the beginning of the season in Kur. And Kur, we can say that it's a little bit similar course.
Yeah, it is similar. Yeah,
like
that's right.
Davos.
Yeah, one dominated by a climb.
Yeah, one dominated climb, except that in Kur is most of the time asphalt or tar in the beginning, and here it's a gravel road. But
that's right.
Let's say that it's quite similar. And
it is.
Lars Forster won the race, but the only one that could keep the speed was Luca Sciatti. And Luca Sciatti has also the opportunity to get the leader jersey today, because Marcel Warrini is not racing today.
So he's going to be pretty motivated.
Yeah,
that is for sure.
Adri Frischneck, Joel Roth from Vick's performance team. The team from Lukas Flückiger, the brother of Matthias Flückiger, also a former professional rider, top rider in the old times.
Yeah.
That's fast par, roots and rolls section. Matthias Flückiger already 5 seconds to his teammate Lars Forster, and Lukas Sciatti 11 seconds. Adri Frischneck 14 seconds.
Yeah, look at these riders
And we are judging the beginning of the race. Rob.
40 seconds back to Puntanar in 8th place, yet all these time gaps literally down to Matthias Flukiger and the pace that he is setting out front here this afternoon.
And we saw in the woman race that Alexander Keller used this race as a training, but and also Matthias Flukiger looks like he's going to use it as a training, but doesn't look like a training. It looked like more a war against everybody, even against this rider, Lars Foster.
Yeah.
And look at Schiatti pushing hard. He knows it's an opportunity to get a point, but also he don't want to miss the race.
No, he does not. He's got to get in touch with those two leaders, but he'll probably manage to do it on the climb if it's anywhere, not on this descent. Single track, pretty tricky down through here. Still a good time to recover, though.
We see the downhill skills from Joel Roth.
Yeah.
Can we say onboard camera of drone? Or
yeah, I think that probably works, yeah.
It's an onboard camera now.
Amazing coverage the drones are bringing, yeah.
Yeah, this is some of the innovation from the ÖKK Bike Revolution. They include the drone images last year and
now we go on bike with Joel Roth for the Bix's performance team.
It's two different ways to see the race. Matthias Flukiger going down the downhill, and Lars Foster also trying to don't lose time to his teammate Matthias Flukiger, but look at this position, aero position.
Tuck in where he can. He means business today, Matthias.
Easy
right
going.
With the intent that he needs to win in Ligier next week and then to win in Paris after that. This is it. Flukiger is back to his best.
And it's only 4 weeks to the big goal, the Olympics.
Yeah.
So those guys are probably at 98% of his shape, and they just need to increase the 2% to get close to the Olympics.
That's how it is, yep. So end of lap 2, Flukiger flies across the line. 16 minutes just gone then, 8-minute lap times more or less. Lars Forster right there with him so far. Let's see what it'll be at the top of this climb on lap 3. Lucas Schiatti, the man we know that can climb. Can he get back on level terms with those two leaders?
Adri Frischneck, rider, we haven't seen him in front of the races this season.
No.
And it's also good for him to come back. After half season, we will see a lot of riders like this after a half season coming back, because either they had problems in the beginning, either there is a lot of pressure. It was a lot of pressure till June to qualify for the Olympics or for all their dreams. So now most of the riders, they release the stress and they start to perform again. Can be that one of those riders, Adri Frischneck, winner also from the Swiss Cup in the past, also podiums in the ÖKK Bike Revolution, and he's back in 4th position. And slow-mo from Vital Albin, also getting close to the barriers, if we can say the barriers.
Using all the track, absolutely. And there's Lars Forster's lap 1. So kept it pretty even everywhere according to that. I don't know why the red and green, I think that graphic might be slightly incorrect.
0-0-0.
Apologies to it from that.
It's winning 0 and it's losing 0. So it stays the same.
It's a win-win situation for everyone.
It stays the same. And actually, I'm sure that Lars Forster wants to stay like this, not losing, not winning, but to stay in 2nd position like right now. We don't see Matthias Flukiger, and if we don't see Matthias Flukiger, Lars Foster also, he can see Matthias Flukiger there in front.
Yeah.
It's just maybe 100 meters in front, and Lucas Schiatti is coming strong from the back.
You're the mechanic of Andri. Which bike setups are important for today?
Well, we are in the Swiss mountains. We haven't been sure which weather conditions we will expect, and we got some clouds, and we saw that maybe we get some rain, so we haven't been sure which tire setup we want to take. And now we did the risk, so we are on the very fast dry condition tires, and yeah, let's see that the weather doesn't change.
But why is it risky?
It's just it's kind of a slick tire, so not a lot of profile, and if it's wet, it's super slippery, and maybe he can't even ride up there. So.
Thank you so much. And we also have Julia here with us. Julia, you are the physio. In which condition is Andre at the moment?
I think with regard to next weekend in Ligier, he's having a really good performance at the moment, I think. He did last week top 20, which was the goal, so I think he's going to step up.
Perfect. Thank you so much and good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. Julia is right. Adri Friesneck is getting better and better through this season. In the beginning, in both races in Brazil, didn't have the best performance of his life, and then he got back to top 20, top 30 position, and even the last race he got in 19. So that's what we talked before. And Matthias Flückiger is pushing. We can see in his face he's not using it as a training or as an easy ride. He's using it as one more day of pushing.
Another big effort from Matthias Flückiger. There he is, disappearing out the top of screen. And it looks like Shatty now on the wheel of Lars Forster. We said he would do the damage on the climb. That was at the end of lap 2, and I'm going to say the gap between Shatty and Forster now, probably 10 seconds or so less than what it is there. He's almost with him.
We can see that already in 5th position, the gaps are getting better. And 6th position, Vital Albin, the teammate from Matthias Flückiger and Lars Forster at 40 seconds. We can say he's more or less out of the race or fighting for the win. But they still open the race. Remember, it's 9 laps and they are just completing 3.5 laps at the moment. So it's still a lot to see in these races, especially they are racing in Davos, in altitude. And as the mechanic from Scott team mentioned, they expect some rain at the end of the race, so everything can change.
Thunderstorms, massive humidity, thunderstorms not unlikely their forecast for today. If they basically, if it rains, it's going to be like watching Formula 1 when everyone's still got their slick tyres on. It could be that bad for these riders.
Yeah, because they confess that they are using semi-slick tires. Semi-slick tires means that they are reduced.
No knobbles.
Knobbles, especially in the mid part, and just they have only side knobbles to have some traction in the corners, but probably
it's a nice gravelly surface. This will all be okay. It's that section actually across the top and probably
that will be okay.
The descent. Yeah, they'll make it. But
even if it's raining, it's no problem. The problem is here.
Be interested on the descent.
Yeah, and inside the last part of the climb, it's a single trail going up. Like here, it's quite soft the ground, and if it's raining, here's the problem.
So Shatty there, right on the wheel of Lars Forster. There they go in 2nd and 3rd. Those two going through.
And now here starts a second race for all of us. The first race is Matthias Flückiger in front, and the second race, let's say, it's a race inside the race. It's Lars Forster and Shatty, because they also fight for the overall leader jersey.
Yeah, look at that. Roth as well, having a good ride there in 6th. Down through the chicane now for our leader, Matthias Flückiger. No one else even in sight at the moment.
22 minutes to complete 3 laps. At the moment, and Matthias Flückiger is really showing that he's in shape.
He's showing the world why he's been selected.
Oh, look at this speed of Matthias Flückiger. This is our Matthias Flückiger. This style is no other rider has this style in climbing.
No, they don't. That's right. He's phenomenal, isn't he?
Moving a lot, but also creating a lot of speed in the bike.
When you take one of those two places now for the top nations in the world, they get to send their top two riders to the Olympics. Not 3 as it was actually in Tokyo, it's 2 this year. Like, for Matthias to have taken that spot with the results he'd had in Brazil, I mean, he does need to perform now and prove that, and he is absolutely. 2nd in Crans Montana last week, behind Tom Pidcock, the winner there. Tom Pidcock now started the Tour de France yesterday.
It's crazy.
And then he's going to be 3 weeks on the bike and have 8 days off, and then it's time to try and defend that Olympic title in Paris.
Exactly.
Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Right, I'm going to ask you this now. I'm going to go off subject a little bit here. Is it even a possibility then? Is Pidcock, is he in a position this year where he may go for a Tour de France win.
No.
And he's not, so he won't do the double. Because I feel like he could win the Tour and then be Olympic mountain bike champion. That would be the biggest double ever done in the history of everything.
You know, someone tried to make the double, like Mathieu van der Poel, and, but it's quite difficult. But if we check the season of Tom Pidcock, he's full focus in mountain biking. We could see that each appear in the competition, mountain bike competition, he won.
Yeah.
So let's say for most of the riders, they know that Tom Pidcock is ahead of them.
Yes.
But Olympics is only one race. And as you say, Tom Pidcock is facing Tour de France, and we don't know exactly if he goes only for a stage race or for the overall, that's for sure.
Flückiger going out onto lap 4 now, carry on. But I mean, and he's going to be... So, he's got 3 weeks of what?
Yeah.
They do about 200 kilometres a day, don't they, or more? I mean, is he? Can you recover? Can you change your legs from like the slow starting road races to the immediately massive effort of a mountain bike race in 8 days? Well, it feels like ludicrous to me, even for someone of his level of ability.
For sure, it's easy to recover, but because they plan to do Tour de France, not for the overall, they go for stage races. So maybe they go 2-3 days full attack, and then they recover 2-3 days in the peloton, and then back again. But it's a big bet. It's a big bet from Tom Pidcock to have only 8 days in front of the Olympics. It's a big challenge.
No gambling going on here though from Flückiger, just getting it done, taking 13 seconds out of Forster on that climb. Well, we all will be watching the Tom Pidcock story the next 3 weeks, and of course in Paris with great interest.
If Pidcock has everything under control and everything planned,
but he always seems to. He always seems. I mean, let's be honest. When he gets on a mountain bike, he's basically unbeatable.
Yeah. At the moment,
he is the best mountain biker in the world. Like,
at the moment, yes.
Yeah, he is. At the moment, he is. That's right. But after 3 weeks riding through the Alps, let's see.
Let's see, because we see Matthias Flückiger is back again to be Matthias Flückiger. Nino Schurter.
Nino's on form.
Nino is on fire.
Nino is on form as well.
He won his
He's away from this race.
Yeah.
We saw Schurter in action in Kuret round 1, the 10-time world champion. He's not here because he's high altitude, right?
Yeah,
getting his last preparations ready.
It's preparing, and
Will he be in Agen next week then, do you think?
Probably yes. Yeah, for sure. They need to collect points also for the start line. Even if the Olympics this year is a reduced field, because there are 36 riders, if I'm not wrong. But he needs to be in front also in the first line.
Okay, well, we'll come back to that. We heard from Timo Rueg before the start.
This track doesn't suit me very well. I prefer to ride on tracks which are more difficult and more natural, but I'm still looking forward to the race. The level is always pretty high on these ÖKK Bike Revolution races. I have a good shape, and I'm really motivated because I only live a few kilometers away down in Klosters. So I'm extra motivated, and I will try my best to finish in the first few positions. I only live here since a few weeks, so not a lot of people know me here. But for sure, a few friends already will come and cheer for me. I think I'm just gonna try to survive as long as possible and see how it goes.
Well, I love his honesty.
Yeah.
See how it goes. Well, you're doing all right, Timon. You're in 8th at the moment, so you're not having a bad result. There he is.
That's the best interviews.
Been living here a few days.
It's honest.
It's honest. Going to hang in there as long as I can. Well, you're doing well. Take it from us.
And we see Lukas Schiatti with Lars Forster on his wheel, and Lars Forster is struggling to keep the wheel from Lukas Schiatti. Obviously, Lukas Schiatti is a good climber, probably a little bit better than Lars Forster.
He's like a climbing specialist, right?
Yeah.
Schiatti. And very light build.
And look at this uphill. It's a pre-sample. It's just about the engine, position.
Yeah.
It's not technical. And Lars Forster needs a little bit more technical climbs.
Yes.
He's super good in climbing because he won a Leogan in 22.
Which is climbing on a level of this course.
Exactly.
It's just climbing, that's right.
But it's more technical also in downhills. You can make a difference. And we can see that, like, for Lars Forster, he's dropping a little bit. The luck for him is lucky because he's at the end of the climb. So he has to suffer a little bit more for 20 more seconds. And the climb is finished. But Lukas Schiatti, of course, is better in climbing. And making profit of,
He is.
of it.
Yeah, he is.
Look at Schiatti, and we have here Timon Rueg. We heard the interview for him, and he's trying to stay as longer as possible with Adri Frischneck on his wheel.
Strong ride from him so far, doing really well.
We could see another rider from the Velo bike solo tour. It was Puntener. One more rider from bike solo tour, Vix.
Simon Walter, yeah, out front of these two here. Coming up to half an hour on the clock. It's looking like it's going to be a shorter race, this one, actually. Again, pretty much all down to the pace of the man out front, Matthias Flukiger.
Look at Schiatti riding alone.
Yeah. He won't mind that.
Different line, and Lars Forster should come here. Eccolo qua, he's here.
Comes in with a bit of pace as well. It's good to see the dust blowing. That'll change very quickly indeed if we do get a thunderstorm.
You can say that Lars Forster has the chance to catch Luca Schiatti, but the downhills, they are too short. And back again to the climb. Luca Schiatti.
Yeah, and it's the course goes up and down. You know,
especially when you are on top.
The top, yeah, that's right.
It's not like in Kur, the first ÖKK Bike Revolution of the season, where it was always up, and then straight downhill. Here is on top is a plateau, let's say, in French, like a table on top, it goes up and down, but really short climbs. Still a rolling area on top, and then is the final downhill. And for Lars Forster, it's good here because he can catch a little bit time to look at Schiatti. We see Timon Rueg, Adri Frischneck, and Puntener, Fabio Puntener, if I'm not wrong exactly, from Bike Solo Tour, a teammate from Luca Schiatti. Let's see if Puntener can catch Luca Schiatti, and maybe they can do a little bit teamwork together. There's power here.
Yeah.
That's a lot of power.
You need full power to get up over there.
And Lars Forster also some power delivering.
Still very much in touch. And don't forget, round one this year, the ÖKK Bike Revolution Series in Kua. These two did battle it out all race long, actually. It was Lars Forster that came out on top to take the win there.
Yeah, and
but today it's looking like Schiatti's got the legs.
And Forster won in the last moment, huh?
And here's your
really
leader.
In the last moment.
They did in the very last moment, that's right.
In Kur, just inside the town in the last 300 meters. He could use his power and also his body to get a gap in front of Schiatti.
Yeah.
We see Matthias Flukiger.
35 years old now, silver in Tokyo, remember. But those last games, so it's going to be interesting to see. You know, he's going to be all fired up for Paris. The winner of 6 cross-country Olympic World Cup races, 4 short track wins, a double wins, a perfect weekend actually in Ligier and Leogang, twice in Ligier, where the World Cup goes next weekend. And when I say a perfect weekend, that means he won short track and then went on to win cross-country Olympic, which is phenomenal to do that. He's done it twice in Ligier. Let's go. Let's see what he's got now.
And remember,
Matthias is built up even better, perhaps, than some of the other riders towards Paris.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Oh, well,
he is on form now, almost right when he needs to be.
Exactly. Maybe everything can happen in the Olympics, that's for sure. But 4 weeks in front of the big goal, and you show this, this shape, especially in the last World Cup. And now here in ÖKK Bike Revolution, and then next week he needs to show to get a little bit more confidence. And then, okay, 3 weeks to go to the Olympics. Yeah. The last week you don't use it, you just use it for relax and train on the course. So he's making the perfect tempo.
Is that really it? The last week before the actual race in Paris, you will almost just do your laps on the track. There's not much training done. You really are just trying to recover and benefit from all that training you've done. You need to be as fresh as you can be, do you?
Oh, look, sorry, I answer you, but look at this.
Yes.
A little bit some fights or some talks.
It's a little bit of a chat there between these two, Interesting.
Obviously, Lars Forster is not going to catch Matthias Flukiger, that's for sure. He's a teammate. but both, they have something to fight for, because they are fighting also for the overall of the ÖKK Bike Revolution.
It doesn't look to me like Forster wants to lead, no. Yeah. So Shetty ask it, interesting. Will it ever take the wind even just down this straight here, perhaps?
Yeah. I don't know why Shetty asked to collaboration with
Lars Forster. As you said, he is not gonna say, yeah, let's close down Matthias, my teammate.
Yeah, they have a separate race right now, both. And Matthias Flukiger is getting a profit from this situation.
Yeah, that's right.
Obviously, he's stronger because he already showed that he's stronger than the others. But if both they start to talk and discuss about I push more than you, you push less than me, I mean, the problem is that the fourth and fifth rider, Adri Frischneck and Timon Ruek, they are getting a chance to get back to both, to the couple. And we talk about the Olympics, as we say, we have a slow motion here, let's see.
Here it is, like, come on then, have a go, let's go. No, you take the win, it's fine. You're doing all right.
Who pays the drink, Aden?
Yeah,
you
maybe.
pay, no, you pay, I pay.
It was a short discussion, and now Shetty is to the front.
And we're talking about the Olympics, and like we say, the week before the Olympics, you just go to the Olympic Village and you train a couple of times.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, look at this. And Lars Forster right on the wheel of Luca Shetty. This is very reminiscent to me of what we saw in Kua. And it was Forster that did the work on the last lap to steal the win away from Shetty there. Shetty is not going to let that happen today very easily, I'd imagine.
Both riders, they just switch off from the race. The race is Matthias Flukiger.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's right.
The winner of today is Matthias Flukiger. And both, they are just, they are just fighting or thinking about the overall ranking and obviously the second position. But look at this, if they start to play too much the cards, let's say, the gambling, the two riders behind, Timon Ruek and Adri Frischneck, they will catch them.
It seems that Shetty knows perhaps that he can't drop Lars Forster then, because that would be, I mean, if someone wouldn't help me out, I'd make sure they knew about it on the next climb, right? What would you?
And attention, if you don't drop Lars Forster in your climb, Lars Forster is super difficult to drop him in the end because he's a good finisher.
Yeah.
He has always a good last laps. And
Frischneck losing a bit on the climb, but making it up on the downhill to keep the time gap about the same between himself and Shetty and Forster there.
Shetty is not climbing super fast at the moment, but attention, maybe Timon Ruek and Adri Frischneck, they are going over the red line now. Yeah, both.
Well, we're going to go down to Antonia, who is with Rito Berkey, the team owner.
Rito, as team owner of Solothurn, do you know the tactic of your drivers?
Yeah, they go fast. That's the tactic. They are really in good shape, and we hope that all of them get in the first 10.
So how deeply are you talking, especially with Luca, about the strategy?
No, they are old enough. They are racing since they are 5 years old, and they know what to do, and they know how strong they are. And Luca is, of course, he is very good in the climbing, and that's a race for him.
Yes, that's a race for him. That was my next question. How important is such a race like this one here important for him?
Yeah, it's a bit difficult right now because it's the 4th race in a row, and 2 more are coming, and that's nearly too much. And Luca is in good shape, but the other ones, they feel a bit tired. They're not really in the best shape now.
He could grab the leader's jersey. What would it mean for him?
Oh, that would mean a lot for him and a lot for our team, because, you know, our team is a low-budget team, and we work with a lot of the heart, and for that it means quite a lot for us if he gets the leader tricot.
Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
Well, great to hear from him there, but interesting on track then that Joel Ruth and Andre Frischneck have caught Forster and Shetty, and now this group is 4 riders.
All together.
Andre just a little bit off the back there.
And it's also important what we see that
he's caught up.
it's also important what we see, that there are also teams with a low budget, let's say, that they are also able to compete with the top guys.
Yeah,
and
it's fantastic.
This is great to see. It's opportunity for the new generations and extra motivation for the new riders or young riders, that they know that they can, with effort and work and working together, they can be on top, and this is good. And look at Sciatti, look, just leading the catching team with Timo Rueg, Lars Forster and Adri Frischneck is close in the group. Adri Frischneck seems to be the one that is having more problems.
Yep,
but
a little bit.
Is still there. And Puntener, Fabio Puntener, also a teammate from Lukas Sciatti. The next rider after Adri Frischneck that we see it here. Onboard camera from Joel Roth. Sciatti, Joel Roth on top of the course. It's a kind of a flat up and down section, narrow section, single trail. We see how fast is the speed here. And Sciatti, Joel Roth.
Good to see him back though, Flückiger. A long way ahead of these four. Remember, the race leader around the minute mark ahead. The riders coming up towards that next split now, lap 5. Remember, 9-lap race. If you just joined us, it's the ÖKK Bike Revolution round 3 from Davos in Switzerland.
And here we have the leader, Matthias Flückiger, leader in the race more or less from the beginning.
Doing all the damage on the climbs, but showing to everyone just the amazing form that he is in for the latter half of this World Cup season. The big prize in Paris as well coming up. But it's 1 minute and 8 seconds now, the gap. Flückiger is absolutely in a class of his own here today. That's a massive margin. You don't often see men's races with a minute margin like that.
And especially in a course like this, that it's not super technical and you can stay on the wheel, let's say.
It's just shape, really.
It's just shape and you can stay on the wheel. But, you know, still if you are not super in shape, you stay on the wheel and maybe you can save a little bit the journey. But, yeah, a big gap like this is not often you see it. But as we know, Matthias Flückiger is getting better and better through the races. And he showed it last week in Crans Montana with his second position in the World Cup, behind Tom Peacock, the big name of the sport also, and he wants to continue improving his shape till the Olympics, like we talked before. And the following group, it's Lukas Sciatti, Joel Roth, Lars Forster, and Adri Frischneck.
Yeah.
On board from Joel.
So Joel Roth on that descent, in the thick of it. 4 riders, Frischneck there in the red, sorry, Lars Forster there in the red, Andre Frischneck there in the silver and black right behind him.
That's a different speed for...
But a real race for second place. It does look, we have to admit, like first place is well and truly tied up. It was 1 minute and 8 seconds actually a few moments ago. It's going to be more than that now as this chasing pack cross the line to go out onto lap 6. Minute 15 then nearly, so yeah, amazing.
That's the race is over for them, but
the race
starts a new race.
But that's right, the race is over for the win, but the race for second is very much between them.
For second, and especially as the team owner from Bike Veloturn, the riders from Bike Veloturn, they are looking for the leader jersey. That is also important for them with the Sciatti, and we can see that Fabio Puntener is reducing the gap to the group. So maybe
he might get in touch as well.
If Sciatti gets Puntener together,
I mean,
maybe they can make a teamwork.
We are at altitude, albeit low altitude, 1,500 meters.
Yeah.
It's incredibly hot. The last couple of laps could be telling.
Yeah, absolutely. The last couple of laps.
Exhaustion, heat.
It's gonna make a
difference. Play its part, yeah.
Look at, they don't even drink. They just.
Everyone's just cooling themselves down as much as they can.
They cool themselves also because there are some studies in the last 3 years that they saw there is a connection between high temperature and reduction of power. So they try to cool the body because as higher the temperature of your body, you have less power.
Is that right?
You reduce,
Same as a motorbike engine.
4% of you lose 4% of your power. Some studies they say.
Is that right?
So that's why they in the last 2 years we see a lot of riders cooling a lot, even in Tour de France, with the big bottles. You know.
Is that right? Yeah.
Is
that what it is?
Important.
Yeah.
And okay. Beside the power, it's also that you feel good when you cool your body.
Yeah.
When you're in full effort.
Mentally, it must feel amazing to tip a bottle of cold water over your head. Cold plunge.
Lars Forster, Joel Roth, Adri Frischneck.
Push it in there, Frischneck looking like he might be trying to go around.
But Joel Roth is pushing now hard. Super hard.
Yeah.
Oh, no, this is Timon Ruek with Vital Albin.
Yep.
Is the third group, let's say.
Yep, down in 7th and 8th place, these two then. And this is further up the pack. This is the chasing group.
Yep.
Shatty dropping back down to 2nd place now in this chasing pack.
But Joel Roth is pushing now with Shatty on the wheel. Adri Frischneck.
Forster looking like he might be hurting at the back in the red there. Andre Fischnet, 3rd in that group. And the pace has turned again on this climb.
And
Roth is forcing it. Shatty now being forced.
Forster is losing a lot now.
Yeah, Forster's hurting now. Forster definitely dropping back. I'm impressed with Shatty though. But you know, Shatty's been forcing the pace on the climb. Now he's being made to go at the pace of Roth.
Yeah.
And Frischnet's still hanging in there as well.
And Forster needs to react.
Oh!
If he wants to keep fighting for the overall.
Oh, someone's been down and hurt themselves there.
It's a crash.
Ersin Specia limping away with a bloody knee.
Yeah, Specia, Adri. No, Andrew Schmidt.
Excuse me, Andrew Schmidt, yeah.
It's some of those new names born in the year 2000. So young riders, they show us.
Roth is still
Adri Frischneck.
riding so hard on this climb and looking so good, and Frischneck looking like he might be paying the price now.
And Lars Forster staying there. He don't want to lose completely. He has the opportunity to get back. Oh, and Puntener is the rider that we see that is still on the gravel road, and now he's gonna turn
Back
right.
together this group comes again as it gets even steeper at the top of this climb now up towards the Velo corner, the highest part on this course.
And Joel Roth is pushing hard with his shot on the wheel. Adri Frischneck.
Oh, Forster is still there as well. He might be able to get back in touch on the descent now.
For sure he's going to catch her back, but still 3 laps to go. So
there is a ways to go, that's right.
You catch one time, but it's not easy to repeat 3 more times.
No, agreed. 3 laps when they cross the line again.
Yeah.
Still a ways to go here in Davos, Switzerland, round 3. ÖKK Bike Revolution. I'm Rob Warner alongside the 2010 world champion, Jose Hermida, who is enjoying this race as much as I am.
And different line for Schiatti. We saw the previous laps, they used the lower line, and like Adri Frischneck and Lars Forster. Yep. And
I think the lower line is faster, but probably requires more energy.
Yeah, they close the gap.
It's a big punch up there.
Adri Frischneck, Lars Forster. And back again to climbing. It's Davos course, 3.3 kilometer, 175 meters climbing per lap. And most of the climb, it's in the beginning, the first quarter of the course. The rest is more or less flat section like we can see right now. And a little bit climbing at the end, and then the long downhill till the finish. Joel Roth, Luca Schiatti, Adri Frischneck and Lars Forster. The 4 riders together, and remember we have one rider alone in front, leader in the race. It's Matthias Flückiger with a gap of 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Yeah, we should probably explain to the viewers that there is someone out front ahead of these 4 riders. Just tuned in. Matthias Flückiger checked out on about lap 2 and hasn't looked back, and we haven't seen much of him in the broadcast actually, such as his lead. But it's a dominant performance by the Swiss maestro Matthias Flückiger. absolutely justifying his spot in Paris with Lino Schurter, the Swiss team, sending two of the older, more experienced riders again.
And Matthias Flückiger is
two of the fastest.
second
you
at
can't
the
argue with the form.
And second at the last Olympics.
That's right. Silver medal in Tokyo.
Silver medal, so he's a good candidate to be back again to
and
the podium.
it's going to be one better this time that Matthias is going to want. That is for sure. And as we spoke about a little bit earlier, with Tom Pidcock, the man who basically in recent times has been about unbeatable when he gets on a mountain bike.
Absolutely.
But with 3 weeks of the Tour de France in his legs, maybe he'll be beatable in Paris. Maybe.
Paris course is a fast course, is a tactical course, and for Tom Pidcock is different preparation. Matthias Flückiger is racing a lot. Nino Schurter is taking his recovery times and racing. He's racing less than in the past, but now
so
he knows to balance.
It's an entirely different approach for Pidcock, right? No one else is doing a Grand Tour, especially not the defending Olympic champion. How much longer can Tom? Let me put it another way. When Tom wants to win the Tour de France, does he have to give up mountain biking?
Yes,
he does. We won't see him. Like Van der Poel has fallen away from mountain bike racing in recent years. We haven't seen him really since the last games in Tokyo, right?
2021.
I don't think he hasn't raced a mountain bike since.
Nothing. He tried last year at the World Championships in Glasgow, where he crashed.
He only had another that's right.
It
didn't work
in the first lap.
That's right, yeah.
If Tom Pidcock wants to fight for the overall in the Tour de France, he needs to reduce a little bit his program, because he's doing the 3 disciplines right now: cyclocross, mountain bike, and road.
Winning on the ball though.
It's everything. He only needs a cross-country ski, to get occupied in Andorra, where he's living in winter. But if you want to look, if you want to face a good Tour de France, I think you have to cancel one of the disciplines. And we could see it in Mathieu van der Poel. In the beginning, he used to do everything, and then he reduced his program to only 2 disciplines.
Yeah. But does age have anything to do with that or not? Does age have something to do with that? When you're youthful, 1 minute 21, 1 minute 20, excuse me. Now the gap between Matthias Flückiger and second place Lucas Schaty. 3 to go here in Davos.
The age has something to be, of course, but obviously
because you look at Pogacar and they're so young, the top road riders now.
But each discipline has his specialities, and then you need to be only focusing one discipline, let's say. I guess as Mathieu van der Poel, he keep doing cyclocross and road. Tom Pidcock will bet if he has to cancel something, will be cyclocross. Tom Pidcock is a mountain biker, pure mountain biker. And he can keep it, he will keep it mountain bike for sure in his program.
You think he will, really? Even though they're both summer events and cyclocross does lend itself better being through the winter months, I guess. But
yeah, it's complicated to think about, but for sure he has to choose one discipline. But the lucky thing for us, as spectators, is that we will see next year, because this year is full focus in the Olympics.
We've got an amazing month's viewing coming up, right? It's going to be the next month of cycling. It's going to be really quite
drink in the beach. It's going to be an entertainment, super entertainment. Let's get back to the race. We have Fabio Puntener chasing.
Okay, well, we're gonna head down to Antonio now, who's got Matthias Flückiger's mechanic.
Riders are showing a strong performance. What is the setup they are driving today?
Yeah, today we ride Racing Ralph. All riders. It's very clear in these conditions. We thought it could be a little bit of rain, but it looks like it's not coming to rain.
You're also working with Matthias. In which current form is he?
Yeah, Matthias, I think, is in a good shape right now. He's looking strong. It's on a good way.
He decided yesterday to come and to ride here. Why so surely?
Yeah, yesterday, I don't know exactly why, but he thought he have to show good races. And now he's here and have a very good race.
I think because it's so nice here in Davos and he didn't want to miss it, how will the next days look like for him?
Next days will look like he's going to Engadin and then direct to Léger, I think, to the next World Cup.
Thank you so much, Felix. Thanks.
Engadin is altitude.
Yeah.
For those that don't know it, it's close to St. Moritz, and this is a favorite place for Matthias Flukiger. They always train in Engadin, in altitude. It will not make such a big difference because Davos is altitude, 1,500.
And he's only going to be there, what, 2 days?
Yeah, 2 days. Engadin is going to be, I think it's 1,800, so 200 meters altitude. But in Engadin, you get closer to the next event in Les Gates.
I gotcha.
In terms of traveling, it's faster from Engadin to go to...
And everything counts at this.
Yeah.
When
Yeah.
you're 1 month out from
Exactly.
Paris, everything counts, right? Every minute, every day.
Not only the training, also the recovery.
Yeah, it
and
counts.
the sleeping hours, the traveling hours, how you travel also. If you travel lying on a car or sitting or in a plane or business or normal economy. So everything counts right from now on till the next 4 weeks, to peak in the Olympics.
Yeah. So Rueg losing
we
8
see,
seconds on that climb last lap to Puntanar.
Adri Friesneck now is pushing the climb, and we thought he was the weakest rider in the group, and look, he's pushing till the end.
And look at this then, so these are the chasing 4 riders. This is the fight for second place.
An attack from Joel Roth and Schiatti, and Lars Forster is taking his time to react.
Oh, and Roth going then on this climb. Schiatti out of the saddle. I'm not sure if he can go with him.
Forster is suffering now.
And Forster's about to be caught as well. So Forster looking like he might have someone. Is it Puntanar coming up behind him as well? So it's this group looking like it might get even bigger now.
And Joel Roth,
1 minute 42 now the gap back from Matthias Flukiger. What I took from the interview with Matthias is, there goes Puntanar now going through from his mechanic, was he said, why did he race? He felt that he should turn up and give a good performance. That's because all eyes are on Matthias Flukiger after the poor form he showed at the start of the year. Now, well, let's have it then.
Yeah, but
he's here and he's proven that he is absolutely the right Swissman to be sent to Paris.
But attention, he has to be careful to don't show too much performance. You know, in this moment, I will not show too much performance, like 1 minute 47 seconds to this.
To Lars
42
Forster,
seconds.
a World Cup winner from last year. This is mad.
Crazy gap.
This is incredible. Matthias Flukiger showing everyone
Vital Albin,
why he's going
Simon
to Paris.
Rueg.
I can't wait to see what he does in Léger next weekend.
That's going to be carnage there.
Wow.
It's going to be a big fight in Léger.
So much to look forward to then over the next few weeks. Forster recovering a little bit at the back of this group at the moment. Definitely recovering where he can. You can't blame him for that.
And
sun out now, the temperature's going to be right up there as well.
Schiatti and Forster, they still look into each other. They don't drop to each other. They know that they are not only racing for a second position, they are also racing to get the leader jersey that is wearing Marcel Guerini, that is not racing today because he's recovering from a crash from Grand Montana.
Yeah.
So they have a big chance to get the leader jersey of the ÖKK Bike Series. We see Matthias Flukiger. Oh no, this is Vital Albin. Sorry. Vital Albin in the slow motion.
Down in 7th place at the moment, back on board with Joel Roth, a former junior silver medalist at the Junior World Championships back in 2017, 4th in the ÖKK Bike Revolution series last year, actually with a 4th place here in Davos. So he's looking like he's going to do better than that.
And Fabio Puntener, a teammate from Luca Schiatti, is catching back. You can see it's just about 3-4 seconds to this group.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a good help for Schiatti if Fabio Puntener can come and help a little bit in the climb, especially in the flat section.
Yeah. 2 full laps to go when they finish this one.
And
these 4 riders are really going at it.
And
Puntanar been dropped again now.
Full sprint again for Joel Roth.
Yeah.
And Matthias Flukiger.
My goodness me. He's I wonder.
It's in his own business.
He is so far ahead. I mean, it's an 8-minute lap, and he's 2 minutes ahead nearly. I mean, it's, it's getting to be a quarter of a lap ahead. It's insane. This is a performance from Matthias Flückiger today. Make no mistake about that.
It's approaching the big goal with the best shape ever for sure.
Yes.
And especially Ligier, as the mechanic told us, he's going to spend a couple of days in Engadin, then go to Ligier. So he's going to use this next week for more or less recovery. A little bit some activations, and Ligier is going to pick again the shape. And for sure he's angry. He's angry after getting second in Crans-Montana last week. He wants to be back to a place, to a top place. And especially Ligier is a special place for Matthias Flückiger.
Yes, it really is. 2 perfect weekends there.
Joel Roth
winning everything.
Joel Roth leading this group. Adri Friesneck, Schiatti, Lars Foster, and Puntener.
Puntener, that lone rider at the back of this group, desperately trying to get back on level terms. And he's got 2 more climbs where he might be able to do it.
And Lars Foster is alone right now in this group. He has no teammates. Also Adri Friesneck, no teammates. And Joel Roth, no teammates. No. But Schiatti soon is going to have a teammate. And probably they can work together to attend and get the leader jersey. They always slow down a little bit the speed. They know that the win for today is not for them.
No, there's no way they're bringing that back down.
No glory for them. It's for Matthias Flückiger at the moment. Hopefully nothing happens, but Matthias Flückiger has everything under control with close to 2 minutes gap to the second rider, Adri Friesneck, and Joel Roth in third position. 1 minute 51 gap and 2 laps to go.
Oh, massive time gaps then. All down to Matthias Flückiger.
Vital Albin is gonna cross the line, 7th position. 2 laps to go for him. Teammate from Matthias Flückiger and Lars Foster. We have Timon Ruek, 8th position. Look at the gaps. 2 hours, 35 seconds. It's much bigger gaps than what we saw in the women category.
Rugen coming in here off the 3rd in Engelbert as well. Well, plenty of support for the man out front though. Matthias Flückiger riding away with this one in a class of his own here today. No one, even on the same page of the book, he is in a different pace.
Absolutely, it's a different pace. We know that Matthias Flückiger is a good climber, but he confesses that he had a long week of training, hard training.
Yeah, exactly. This is him tired.
Yeah, he probably expected to be a little bit more tired, but if they decide yesterday to come racing again, that means he felt good. The previous days, and but from feeling good to perform like this, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, that's right.
Matthias Flückiger, look, he's pushing, and he's not controlling the peloton. He's really pushing hard all the time.
Eking every possible piece of fitness, piece of form he can out of this race.
Right now, he's not thinking about the race. He's thinking about the next weeks ahead of him.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's why he's pushing so hard. And you know, when you have a goal, it's you don't see what's around you, and you just push, and you don't even have pain because you have a goal.
And these guys are pushing as well. Look at the pace of Roth at the front of this pack. Schiatti there as well.
It's changing a lot, the group here. Eh? Now it's Adri Friesneck struggling.
Yeah. Schiatti still there in 2nd place in that group. Frischnet nearly off the back. Forster there in 3rd place. Puntener, the lone figure there off the back.
Big acceleration from Joel Roth. Look at this. Lars Foster is losing now, and he's looking to the back.
Oh, Puntener really digging in, trying to get on the back wheel of this group now.
Wow, Foster
He's
is
so
losing.
close.
Adri Friesneck is trying to hold the standing. Yeah, but this is, it's foot to the... this is pain.
Yeah, this is pain.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Frischner holding that gap steady, though, to Lars Forster, and Forster holding it steady to those leading 2 there as well. It's Roth forcing the pace, though.
Lars Forster tries to keep there.
And he hasn't
small
lost
gap.
that much time.
They slow down a little bit in the corner there. Also, the guys in front, they feel the pain. Oh, look at this. Forster close the gap. Joel Roth continues. Schiatti continues. Pushing Lars Forster. He could reduce the gap in the corner there. And Adri Friesneck is fighting like a frog in a highway. You know what it means? That you jump, but at the end it's going to be a car smashing you. So, Adri, let them go and do your speed. Because they will smash you anyway.
Look at
this,
like
he's suffering now.
Yeah, he is, yeah.
Now it's a
sting in
serious
the
business.
tail as they come up now to the Velo corner, the highest part of this course. But it isn't really downhill just yet. It meanders around a little bit up here on the mountain in the course. Forster, though, on the wheel of Schiatti and Roth. Frischneck been dropped by about 4 seconds on that climb.
Check the trees, it's windy now.
Yep.
When it gets windy up on the mountains, maybe the rain comes, you know.
I
Starts
thought
to move
that,
the rain. Luckily, we are just about 20 minutes to finish the race, even less than 20 minutes. And
it won't be long at the pace of Flückiger before he's finished lap number 8, actually. Here he is, the leader, the race leader.
With the number plate, 7,066 number plate is strange, but it's because he decided to race yesterday. He was not in the start list the previous days and decided to race at the third round of the ÖKK Bike Revolution here in Davos. Yesterday, together with Lars Forster and Vital Alvin, the complete Thomas Maxson team. And what a show from Matthias Flückiger. What a show he's delivering. Look at this.
Scything through the picture postcard scenery of Davos in Switzerland.
On the way to finish 8th lap.
One more after this then for Matthias Flückiger. Just get down there to the town across the line.
And the gap is over 2 minutes. Let's see when he crosses the line, but the lap before he was close to 2 minutes. 1 minute 51 seconds to Joel Roth in second position. And probably Matthias Flückiger, he increased even the gap.
Flying, pushing hard on these descents, pushing everywhere. It's been...
Look at the speed from Matthias Flückiger
It's been
in those
an all-out
corners.
effort from the start to the end today. A time trial of around an hour and 20 minutes it's going to be for Matthias Flückiger, this one.
He's using the cross-country race as a short track race, let's say.
Yeah, it was, yeah. We couldn't believe his pace on those early laps, and he hasn't really let up. It's been unbelievable to see.
From the beginning, pushing, getting a bottle, probably his last bottle, last recovery, cooling the body. It's hot up in the mountains, they told us. Davos, 1,500 meters up, altitude, a lot of humidity. And look at this, all the public pushing Matthias Flückiger, but he don't need the extra push because he has a goal in the next 4 weeks.
He does, massive one. So Flückiger across the line now, onto his last lap. Here is the chasing pack of Lars Forster, Joel Roth, Andre Frischneck, Lucas Schiatti in there.
They are far, they are just facing the last downhill. Imagine the gap from Matthias Flückiger. Those 4 riders, they are just fighting for the second position, and especially Lars Forster and Schiatti, they are fighting also to get points and to get the leader jersey.
That's right, in those
of the
overall
ÖKK Bike
standings,
Revolution.
yeah. And at the moment it's Marcel Guerini leading with that win in Engelberg. Forster there in second place at the moment. He took the win in Kua. Schiatti third, Nino, the absent Nino Schurter fourth, and Fabio Puntana fifth in the ÖKK Bike Revolution series overall standings after those first 2 races this year. This is round 3, of course. But Roth, I mean, Flückiger's even pedalling out of most of these turns on the descent.
Either Schiatti and Lars Forster, they didn't expect a rider like a Joel Roth to be in front.
No, perhaps not.
So for them is changing a little bit the plans, and that's something to take care for the points.
A lonely ride.
And Adri Friesneck also back to his best shape.
Yeah, yeah.
The son of Thomas Frischneck.
Strong ride for him. He's bowed on the climb a little bit, but he's still there.
And racing smart. Always is staying on the last part of the group.
Yeah.
He don't needs to be in front. He don't needs to be to show his performance. As long as Lars Foster and Schiatti, they have something in front to fight.
Well, the gap is going to be over 2 minutes. It's going to be in. That is a big gap.
That's a performance from Matthias Flukiger again.
Wow, look
and
at that.
Schiatti, Lars Forster, they look to each other. But in this situation, Adi Frischneck and Joel Roth, they should attack. Let them play with the game, no problem. Hey, Lars Forster and Schiatti, take the points. We go for the second position. Adri and Joel Roth, and especially when they are in last lap. Yeah. It's just about 8 minutes, big interval. They have to mentally focus themselves. It's 8 minutes, full effort, and they can get a second position. They're still there.
Look at Flukiger on this climb. The pace is absolutely relentless. He looks like he's going as quick up there on this lap as he did on lap 1.
Yeah, one more interval for him, 8 minutes. Full Flama, going up, full flame.
Finishing outside the top 20 at the first 2 World Cup races in Brazil this year. Massive question marks. I'd imagine panic in the Swiss camp, actually. Like, what's happened to Matthias? He turned it around, came out last week, banging, got his position, got his spot for Paris, and hasn't looked back. And as they went over the line at the end of lap 8, 2 minutes and 5 seconds. That is an absolutely ludicrous gap to see at this level of cross-country racing.
Incredible gap.
Frischneck now to the front of this chasing pack. Schiatti right there with him in the light green.
And Puntener.
Puntener there, coming up with the blue helmet on, facing us now as well.
They slow down so much that even Puntener catch the 4 riders, and now is the moment to play a little bit of tactics. Puntener should play a little bit of tactics with Schiatti. Let's see if Schiatti saw his teammate, and probably they can play a little bit of teamwork, especially going up, but especially on top of the mountain. So in the narrow parts, probably Puntener can make a little bit work for the Schiatti against, let's say, against Lars Forster.
Such a long climb this.
Flukiger.
Back to Flukiger, almost at the top of it already on the Hirschler ramp. Up towards the Bulls corner.
And continue pushing and pushing and pushing. Look at Joel Roth once again in the climb, leader in the climb. Adri Frischneck, Lars Forster now is making a move, and Lukas Schiatti staying the last one. Now maybe he's playing smart. Lukas Schiatti, I guess he's preparing he's preparing an attack.
Roth going again, Roth goes again. Definitely a change of pace there. I wonder how much any of these riders have really got left for an attack now after 9 laps around it. 9th time up this climb. 9th time up this massive climb. It's insane. Frischneck's still there on the back wheel. Schiatti hasn't really climbed like he did in Kura at round 1. Not as steep a climb though.
Yeah, here he goes. Lars Forster taking the lead.
Forster maybe
we haven't seen him in front so much, eh?
No.
And
Schiatti there with him as well. These two battled out in Kura for the win.
Fast reaction from Schiatti, right? But a little bit struggling.
Steeper inside for Lars Forster. That wider line takes a bit of the gradient out of it. They come out of the turn about the same.
Joel Roth getting some extra pain now, but he knows he has to stay there. It's only 30 more seconds climbing, and then it's a flat section that he can profit. Adri Frischneck.
Yeah, Frischneck's still there, and Puntener has been dropped. We go on board with Roth, then you can see how steep it is. Listen to the breathing on him.
And the onboard camera is a little bit cloudy. I guess also the eyes from Joel Roth, they are cloudy.
I think you might be right.
Because
that might be the most accurate camera we've ever had on a bike yet.
Last effort. We don't know if the camera was cloudy because the camera or the eyes of Roth.
Flukiger on the last lap accelerated up that last climb. He went even harder. He took more time out of him since they crossed the line. Madness.
It's 5 seconds more for Flukiger, so that means he's not slowing down. He's going even faster than before. Matthias Flückiger, 1 hour 10. He passed at the Velo corner on top of the mountain. And look at this. Lars Forster and Schiatti, they really attack.
Look at that.
They really destroy the group. And now it's...
impressive from Forster, right, to see him do this. I thought he was kind of spent, but he's managed to find something. Schiatti, though.
We mentioned before that Lars Forster is really good in the end of the races.
Yeah.
And if you don't kill Lars Forster in the beginning of the race, hey, you have no chances to kill him at the end because he's a really good finisher.
Is he? That's right. 2 times a World Cup winner. One of those last year in Leogang. Yeah, and he looks like he's putting the hurt in a Schiatti now.
And Schiatti is suffering in his favorite part, in the climbs.
Drying his teeth along there, Lucas Schiatti. Still, though, managing to keep Forster honest, just about in touch with him. It's going to go downhill any second now.
Now he's a good
Roth is really hurting now. He's been dropped by Andre Frischneck, so he's paid the price.
Good move from Frischneck, and this is a good part for Lars Forster. It's a pushing area. This is 2% climb. Ooh, problem from Matthias Flückiger.
Flückiger's been down. Matthias Flückiger's thrown it away on the last 10. He's got over 2 minutes to play with. He had a look at the camera there.
But it's more or less in the end. It's more or less in the end.
He is wild. What was he doing on that descent on the last lap?
The gap is so big that he even catched his Garmin or his GPS.
Well, he looks unhurt, that's the main thing, but Matthias Flückiger probably not concentrating, perhaps.
Nothing happened.
Relaxing a little bit on this last lap on the way down.
Relax. Oh, yeah.
All good.
Now we have onboard. Hey, hello.
Oh, what have I done?
That happens even to the big champions. That happens.
The bike pointed in the wrong direction.
But look at the crash. Look at the crash.
Big crash.
I would like to see the crash if it can affect it for the next weeks. I don't think so.
But Matthias Flückiger comes up to take his win here, his third ÖKK Bike Revolution. He silences his critics in the only way he knows how, by winning by around 2 minutes here this afternoon, despite a crash on that last lap. He is supposed to be going to Paris. He has cemented that. There is no question that now. That was an unbelievable ride. And from Matthias Flückiger coming in, laughing.
Loving. The Swiss national champion is back, but
I can't wait for the post-race interview with him. It's going to be mind-blowing.
It's going to be funny.
Yeah, this is second place. So where's Lars Forster? He's either ahead or behind this man, Lucas Schiatti. Schiatti's looking good.
He's in front. Lars Forster is in front.
Forster's gone then, so it's going to be Forster.
Just 5 seconds. We can see it on the right.
Yeah, there he is. There's Lars Forster. Then another strong ride. Big ride for the overall for Forster. The ÖKK Bike Revolution defended series champion, remember?
And a strong finish also for the team, Thomas Maxson, with the first rider, Matthias Flückiger, and now Lars Forster too. And look at this.
Schiatti's going to be saying, what do I need to do with Lars Forster in the last moments of these races? Because the same thing happened in Kua at round 1 of this series this year.
We talked before that Lars Forster is a great finisher.
Yeah.
He finishes a race always stronger and stronger, and especially in tactical and technical parts. If you don't drop him in the last lap, it's so difficult to lose him in the last part. And look at this, Lars Forster, straight, just ahead, 300 meters to finish the race.
Yeah. Well, it's been a strong ride again from Lars Forster. Won it last year, second this time around. It's been an incredible ride. It's going to be a Thomas 1-2. Matthias Flückiger, his teammate, taking the win. The gap has come down a bit with Flückiger's crash on that last descent, but it's nearly 2 minutes.
And look at Schiatti finishing in 3rd position, collecting some good points for the overall, but especially also getting back to the podium.
Strong ride for Andre Frischneck in 4th as well. Great ride for that Swissman there.
And with the result, Lars Forster gets the leader jersey of the ÖKK Bike Revolution series. And we see Joel Roth not super happy after a great race, we should say. Super great race from Joel Roth, who was always involved to fight for the 2nd position, and then in the last moment he got dropped. But he should be happy. Also a great race from Fabio Puntener, teammate from Lucas Schiatti. Pity for them, they couldn't make more tactical or teamwork strategy. Next race, There we should try again. And Vital Albin, the rider from Thomas Maxson also. 7th position for the young rider. Vital Albin, that we haven't seen him often this season. And looked like he's also back to his best shape. Finishing in 7th position. 3 minutes and 7. The gaps, they are big. Rob, they are big, the
and that
gaps.
gap would only actually, if Lars Forster had won, that would be a minute. Just over a minute, which is more usual. But
Imagine
yeah, Matthias has destroyed everyone today.
The gap, one lap is 8 minutes. It's like half course.
Yeah, that's right.
It's like half course.
Bonkers. That was
and it's only a 7th position.
That was a massive ride by Matthias, wasn't it?
Timon Rueg, happy guy, 8th position. Super good race for him also. All happy. And we see with the expo area from the ÖKK Bike Revolution, we remember everybody. We just finished the race with a great winner, Matthias Flückiger, winning the 3rd round of the ÖKK Bike Revolution here in Davos. Ahead of Lars Forster, his teammate, and 3rd position, Luca Sciatti from the Bike Solo Tour team. Let's see if they offer us some results and also some interview.
Well, yeah, let's hope we get a winner's interview with Matthias. You want to hang around for this. I'm sure Matthias will be very, very animated in describing his race. Well, we're going to go down to Antonio, who is with our winner anytime now.
Slow-mo from the winner of today's race in Davos, Matthias Flückiger.
Went out.
Back to his best shape.
Absolutely. Turned up yesterday, decided he wanted to race. And boy, what a performance he showed us today, taking the win by around 2 minutes. A slight stumble on the last descent, but an absolutely huge ride for him.
2 minutes is a massive gap in 1 hour 15.
It's ridiculous,
It's massive. So it's Matthias is back to his best shape.
Well, we're going to get the results up, I think, before we hear from today's winner. There they are then, 1 minute 53. Great ride for Luca Sciatti again. There's not many other races in the world where the top 8 are all going to be Swiss. I can tell you that, Trav.
That's true.
And all names. Look at that. Timon Rueg, 3:27 back in the end, but
Matthias Flückiger, he lost a little bit his gap with the crash.
It's going to be like well over 2 minutes.
With the clash, but it's incredible the shape he showed us today.
Yeah.
Once again, Thomas Maxson team showing that is the best Swiss team, or even one of the top teams in the world. And some views from Davos, still some snow.
Yeah.
It's up in the mountains, we remember, and now we see the last laps from Matthias Flückiger.
8:30. Lap 8, look at that. Forster managing it though on his last lap of the race in that fight with Sciatti. Incredible to see that then.
And Swiss position, 8:30, both laps together at the same time.
Yeah, look at that.
It's a Swiss watch.
It certainly is, yeah. Absolutely mad.
Except in the last lap that he lost 12 seconds, that probably are the 12 seconds he lost in his crash.
Yeah.
In the last downhill. So 1 hour, and 15 minutes. That's a fast cross-country race.
Yep.
It changed a lot, Rob Warner, since we started mountain biking cross-country.
3 hour races are gone.
3 hours. Then when I retired, it was 2 hours, more or less 2 hours racing. And now
120 is the norm, isn't it, really?
120, between 120 and 135.
Yeah.
Depending.
Would you like to see the races? You think the length is good? I would like to see them shorter. I'd like to see them around hour 15, hour 10.
I like 1 hour 30 because everybody has opportunities in 1 hour 30.
Yeah.
The guys that they like to start fast and they like they have a good final of the race. 1:15, it's reduced.
Okay, I think we're going to go down to Antonio, who is with Lars Forster. Another great ride for the Swissman. Making it happen on that last lap. Riding away from Lucas Sciatti. Here he is. And taking back the overall lead in this series.
It's taking a couple of minutes.
Lars, congrats to you. Second place. How happy are you?
Yeah, I'm happy to finish second. I was really hurting at the beginning. I hoped for more, but the legs from the first lap really hurting. Then I was just trying to stay with Flückiger. Couldn't manage that, and then I blew totally up. I felt dizzy. I think today I really felt the altitude, and then I was just trying to recover. The guys catch me, and I always had a gap in the climb, but I just managed at the last end to close it again, and then yeah, the last lap I knew just one more time, and I gave him my all, and yeah, that is why I'm really happy with the second place.
It was great seeing you fighting, and you grabbed the leader's jersey. This must be you so proud.
Yeah, for sure. Leader's jersey is always amazing, and happy to stay on the podium, and yeah, let's continue that way.
Continue, and which way? What are your next steps?
Yeah, next week is the last World Cup of the first half in Léger. Yeah, I'm a little bit hoping for a better day than today. Not from the place, but from the feeling. And yeah, let's go.
Thanks again, Lars, and congrats.
Thank you.
Well, interesting what he said, Rob, about he just went too fast in the beginning. He blew up his engine, and then he took him 5 laps to recover till end up in second position. So that's why he was so happy. And as we told the whole live streaming, it's important to manage your speed in altitude. He blew up in the beginning. Then it seems that he was playing a little bit with Sciatti, and he confessed that he was even getting some dizzy in some parts of the race because the altitude. But then it ended up pretty well for him, and taking the leader jersey and facing with a little bit motivation for the next event, that it's a Léger World Cup for them.
And we are just hoping to get hold of Matthias Flückiger. We tried earlier, actually, apologies, he wasn't there for that interview. He is receiving some medical attention after throwing his bike away, not the race away on the last descent. We have actually got him now. I hear that Antonio is with him in any second now. Hopefully we're going to have that winner's interview with this man, Matthias Flückiger. An unbelievable performance, silencing his critics and taking an amazing win here in Davos today.
Matthias, congrats to you. First place. How proud are you of yourself?
Oh, I'm pretty happy, I have to say. First victory of the season, actually. And yeah, a bit surprised about the race. I had a lot of training this week. Still preparation time for Paris, so there is a lot more load in the training. So yeah, I decided yesterday to start here, and yeah, it was a good race. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with the shape now.
As you said, you decided yesterday, in last minute, to come here, and you seem so cool. How much mental strength do you have?
I mean, you know, I was just excited to race again. Yeah, the start of the season was a bit tight, I have to say, tough, and yeah, now I come back to the rhythm, and more and more I'm happy to have the chance to race some races, and of course we have some races next week, short track and World Cup in Léger. Of course, a lot of races now, but yeah, I'm excited to race, and that's for me important, and that gives me probably back the good shape.
A tough program, and when we have a look here down at your leg, we see some blood. You crashed in the last lap. What happened?
Actually, I lost a bit of the focus, so I had a good gap, and I was just enjoying the last descent, and then
good crash.
Yeah, I crashed, but it's
Not too early.
Yeah, no, I just was with my mind somewhere. So, but always good. Just little scratches.
Thank you so much. Good. Thank you.
That's often when you are so comfortable, the gap is big, and you lose a little bit of concentration. It can happen.
We did wonder, I did say it might have been a lapse of concentration. Well, an amazing performance, an amazing day here in Davos, Switzerland, round 3 of the ÖKK Bike Revolution series on Red Bull TV. Some more coming up actually this year, 2 more races. We're going to Gruyere and then Huttwil at the middle of September as well. And it's been just an absolutely amazing day. Thanks for coming in. And for your help today as well, Jose. Enjoy that.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for joining us once again, and we see you soon.
We will do. Thanks for joining us at home then. It's goodbye from Davos.
Wieso ich für einen nicht auf dem Velosattel sitze, sondern auf dem Balanceboard stehe, erfährst du in der Videoserie von der ÖKK.
Willst auch du im Balance bleiben? Dann mach mit bei der Verlosung und gewinn mit ein bisschen Glück ein Balanceboard.
Nicht alle haben einen persönlichen Velomech wie ich, aber meine Versicherung, die ÖKK, zahlt die Hälfte an deinen Veloservice.
bist du bereit für über 700 Kilometer Single Trails? Na dann, yippie Schweinebacke.